Generations of Americans pursued big dreams and daring projects that once seemed absolutely impossible. They pushed across an unsettled continent and built new cities in the wild frontier. They transformed American life with the interstate highway system. Magnificent it was. And they launched a vast network of satellites into orbit all around the Earth. But today, our country has lost its boldness. Under my leadership, we will get it back in a very big way. If you look at just 3 years ago, what we were doing was how great it was for our country. Our objective will be a quantum leap in the American standard of living. That's what will happen. Here are just a few of the ways we can do it. Almost 1/3 of the land mass of the United States is owned by the federal government, with just a very, very small portion of that land, just a fraction, 1/2 of 1%. Would you believe that? We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities and award them to the best proposals for development. In other words, we'll actually build new cities in our country again. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination, and give hundreds of thousands of young people and other people, all hard-working families, a new shot at home ownership and, in fact, the American dream. Another big opportunity is in transportation. Dozens of major companies in the United States and China are racing to develop vertical takeoff and landing vehicles for families and individuals. Just as the United States led the automotive revolution in the last century, I want to ensure that America, not China, leads this revolution in air mobility. These breakthroughs can transform commerce, bring a giant infusion of wealth into rural America, and likewise, through our strategic national manufacturing initiative, which is going to be very big and very, very successful, we will turn forgotten communities into hives of industry, producing the goods we will no longer import from China. We will also have a major initiative on lowering the cost of living with a special focus on lowering the cost of a new car and lowering the cost to build a single-family home. And they will be beautiful homes. And I will ask Congress to support baby bonuses for young parents to help launch a new baby boom. Finally, I'll do big dreams and daring projects that once seemed absolutely impossible. They pushed across an unsettled continent and built new cities in the wild frontier. They transformed American life with the interstate highway system. Magnificent it was. And they launched a vast network of satellites into orbit all around the Earth. But today, our country has lost its boldness. Under my leadership, we will get it back in a very big way. If you look at just 3 years ago, what we were doing was unthinkable. How good it was, how great it was for our country. Our objective will be a quantum leap in the American standard of living. That's what will happen. Here are just a few of the ways we can do it. Almost 1/3 of the land mass of the United States is owned by the federal government, with just a very, very small portion of that land, just a fraction, 1/2 of 1%. Would you believe that? We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities and award them to the best proposals for development. In other words, we'll actually build new cities in our country again. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination, and give hundreds of thousands of young people and other people, all hard-working families, a new shot at home ownership and, in fact, the American dream. Another big opportunity is in transportation. Dozens of major companies in the United States and China are racing to develop vertical takeoff and landing vehicles for families and individuals. Just as the United States led the automotive revolution in the last century, I want to ensure that America, not China, leads this revolution in air mobility. These breakthroughs can transform commerce, bring a giant infusion of wealth into rural America, and connect families in our country in new ways. Likewise, through our Strategic National Manufacturing Initiative, which is going to be very big and very, very successful, we will turn forgotten communities into hives of industry, producing the goods we will no longer import from China. We will also have a major initiative on lowering the cost of living with a special focus on lowering the cost of a new car and lowering the cost to build a single-family home. And they will be beautiful homes. And I will ask Congress to support baby bonuses for young parents to help launch a new baby boom. Finally, I'll challenge the governors of all 50 states to join me in a great modernization and beautification campaign, getting rid of ugly buildings, refurbishing our parks and our public spaces, making cities and towns more livable, ensuring a pristine environment, and building towering monuments to our true American heroes. Very importantly, I will also make sure all of these new places are safe. We love and cherish our police. They will do the job the way they have to. It is time to start talking about greatness for our country again. I will dramatically increase living standards and build a future that brings our country together through excitement, opportunity, and success. Thank you very much.
Check. Mic check 1 2. What you gonna do? Oh, that's a good time to fade over. What's up, everybody? What's up? That's Lord H Sizzle on the beat. Lord Bass Sizzle or Bass Sizzle. Just Bass Sizzle. I don't know. I can't keep up with all the names. What's up, stubborn one? Welcome to the show, guys. Dreadedconservative show. Monday night, kick of the week off right. I got a fun little interesting show. Lots of crazy notes all over my thing. Lots of entertainment stuff from the week that happened. Nerd stuff. We'll nerd out on the DBZ Battle Hour World Tournament, or the DBS CG Battle Hour in Vegas that just happened. And we'll talk about UFC 285 review. Great pay-per-view. The stream got taken down because I showed the fights at the end of it. Just saying. That's what's up. In the news, it's Women's History Month. Happy Women's History Month, everybody. Happy Women's History Month. I don't have my soundboard up. 1 second. I don't even have a sound for applause. But it's Women's History Month. This is the first show of Women's History Month. So we're going to talk about a great woman in history, possibly fictional, but I like to think not. Helen of Troy, the cause of the Trojan War. We're going to talk about Helen of Troy. And I don't know, it might seem like I'm kind of dogging on women in the last second. We'll just talk about the state of the conservative movement and how feminism and diversity and equity and all that stuff is being pushed, and it all, you go backwards from the LGBTQ movement. Well, they stole that from the black movement, the civil rights movement. Well, they stole that from the women, and it all goes back to that. So we might kind of dog on them a little tonight. We'll do some Bible thumping, some Ephesians, and some Timothy. If you know, you know. We'll get to all that at the end. But next week, Next week we'll do, in order to add some counterbalance, and so it's just Josh hates women. Josh hates women. Oh no. In order to add a counterbalance, next week we'll talk about the Proverbs 31 woman. So it's gonna be equal. It's gonna be fair and balanced. And then we'll talk about Trump at Cpac. Look at the speech. Read up about how the media is reacting to that. A lot of weird sex laws going on right now, sexual laws and speech laws with Desantis. I probably should have put the Desantis stuff in this section, but in order to keep the first segment shorter, we'll talk about Desantis and his anti-free speech bills later in the show, in the rapid fire news segment. Comedians, Russell Brand and Chris Rock standing up against the system, talking out, speaking out, gonna get canceled. I think cancel culture might be losing. I think we might be seeing a comeback of some based media going on here pretty soon. And then we'll talk about Fetterman's health situation, which is actually kind of an old story, a couple weeks now. I haven't really touched on it, so we'll look into how Fetty's doing, how the boy Fetty's doing. A totally installed, government official is suddenly having health issues right into the beginning of his candidacy. Big surprise. And memes, all the good stuff. We'll talk about how YouTube's pushing the shorts, shortening everyone's attention span, making everyone dumber. They don't want people seeing long form content where we actually talk and reason through, issues, whether they be controversial or philosophical or theological, and we're actually talking and, figuring things out, looking at different sides, talking about it, working it out. None of this stuff can be condensed down to 1 minute. The shortest segment that I'm going to do on any news article is going to be a 3-minute piece probably when I start talking about it. So, they want you more dumbed down. It's part of the dumbing down of society, the feminization of the men, all that stuff. So we'll get into all that. It's going to be a cool show. I don't really have a song to play at the beginning. Should I find a song real quick? Maybe I could find let's just play a Tyson James song to let the show roll in. I haven't played The Boy in a minute. He got a new album dropping. Yeah, we'll just play an oldie but a goodie. We played this a lot.
Watch football all season long, live in Cpac.
Let's play American Boy from Tyson James. As everybody rolls in, Dreadedconservative show. Hit the like button as you come in, guys.
American boy.
Welcome back.
Yeah, this is the land of the free. Many have died on that beach. Many have given their life for the country so you could be let off the leash. Preach, I'ma go get in no breaks. I'ma hustle, forget the snowflakes. This American muscle, I carry the muzzle. If you don't work, there is no cake. Hey, American boy till I'm dead and gone, till they bury me and I'm set in stone. I'ma lead the fight, I don't need the right.
Yeah, we can't be banging on the desk around here.
This is the home of the brave. I'm not alone in my zone on the wave. The strong survive, and we on the rise. If you better, you gon' be a slave. I'm willing to die on this hill. I will not lie, man, I gotta be real. I'm having the time of my life, I'm aligning with Christ, so I don't got be popping them pills. So stand strong, get thick skin. Put your pants on and stop whimpering. Man, I'm gung-ho, my chips are in. All American boy, are you listening?
American Boy and Women's History Month. What the?
Country, I'm gonna testify. I'ma fight the devil, I won't let him slide in the country till I
How you doing, Jeff Hewitt?
I was
What's
lost
up,
and
number
looking
one?
for
Be
a better
wise.
life. Christ came in that day, I met the light. Now I'm looking to the sky. And I ain't gonna change up for the foolery. Now I'ma follow God, becoming
When I talked about
I'ma be rocking you, ain't moving
5:22 through 24
I'm just a
and 1 Timothy 2:7-15, I might be banging on the desk seat.
Been down for this place. Dude, I got shot at, went through all the bomb blasts, and just so that Star Spangled Banger could wave. Goodbye to all of you fakes. Counterfeit one to us snakes. Right when you're climbing, they trying to fight you, man. Tyson, bro, what does it take? American thug, what they calling me? My skin tattoos all on me. Mohawk leather all on me. But you do not see the God in me.
Hold on, ladies,
Always
peace
been
out.
the king, mama telling me. Never mind the ones who was doubting me. doubting me? What about my brother who's
Lady
proud of me?
Seaside, one of the
Family,
base
they
women
proud of me.
that might not
Put in
get
the
pissed
fight in the
off at
field.
this
Did it
episode.
before in the war and I will. Try this one home and
Why
I'm
does
still
everything
alone.
have an
If it
month
means that
now?
I'll
I
give
don't
you
know.
Something that's real. Yeah. Fall in attention, blue diamonds. What I'm
It gives me
giving,
something to
it's
talk
simplified
about
to
and
the
laugh
very
about.
end. American,
You listening?
God put me in this country, I'm gonna testify. I'ma fight the devil, I won't let him slide in the country till I die. I was lost and looking for a better life.
We'll talk about the Handsmaid Tale. Y'all want to talk about the Handsmaid Tale and how it's rotted the minds of women all across the country? You want to talk about the OG Marxist tactics?
I never imagined a day I will hear so many Americans say they won't stand for the anthem.
When I say Marxist, I mean satanic.
Even go as far to allow mockery. I'm a Christian faith while blocking thee. People that respond to the mockery with true facts, love, and no apology. I'm pushing back against stall loving. Council culture, man, y'all shoving. No sell out. I'm out of y'all budget. I'm a patriot, no Paul tucking. Years now, I'm been a family guy. With Air Force before 25. Beat poverty in that mindset. In this great land where millions strive to immigrate every year. Let freedom reign with your belly here. Coming for our guns, make it disappear. Shall not be infringed, very clear. Stop playing victim to criticism and left the prison like Craig Long. Now I'm independent and I run a business. If you offended, then you're dead wrong, boy.
Put me in this country, I'm gonna testify. I'ma fight the devil, I won't let him slide in the country till I die.
Having a whole month is better than condensing all the monthly anger rage into 1 week.
I'm looking to the sky, and I ain't gonna change up for the foolery. And I'ma follow God, become a new of me. And I'ma be a
Dean.
rock and you ain't moving me. I'm just a homegrown
Thanks, Dean.
American boy.
Uh.
Put me in this country, I'm gonna testify. I'ma fight the devil, I won't let him slide in the country till
Divide it up over the whole month instead of this 1 week a month stuff. Yeah. It's Women's History Month for 1 week. It's Women's History Week for 1 week out of every month.
I'm just a homegrown American boy. All the way
Ah.
from the West,
All right.
down the coast of California. American boy.
No. We love the women. We love the women. Let's talk about a great woman in history. Oh, no. If I just closed all the... No, I didn't. Okay, cool. A great woman in history, possibly a fictional woman, but I like to think she's not because she was written about by multiple different philosophers and writers in Greek history. But so was Zeus, and so was Thor, and so, well, Thor's Norse, but so is Zeus, and so is Hercules and Achilles and all that. Let's learn about Helen of Troy. Helen of Troy. Helen of Troy, known as the beautiful Helen, Helen of Argos or Helen of Sparta, was a figure in Greek mythology said to have been the most beautiful woman in the world. She was believed to have been the daughter of Zeus and Leda and was the sister of Clemestra. So here's the thing. I don't know if she's actually the daughter of Zeus and Leda, but I bet you there was a woman named Helen that some of these stories are based off of. You know, that's what I'm saying. She was married to King Menelaus of Sparta, who became by her the father of Hermione, and according to others, of Nicostratus also. The usual tradition is that after the goddess Aphrodite promised her to Paris in the judgment of Paris, she was seduced by him and carried off to Troy. This resulted in the Trojan War, which was the war between Sparta and Athens. In Athens, the Trojans. Or it's not Athens, it's Troy and Sparta. This lady caused a dang war, one of the greatest wars ever, if it was real. People say it wasn't real. I think it was real. Set out to reclaim another ancient tradition told by Stesichorus tells of how not she, but her wraith only had passed to Troy while she was borne by the gods to the land of Egypt, and there remained until the day when her lord Menelaus, turning aside on the homeward voyage, should find her there. Oh, it's a romance story. Elements of her putative biography come from classical authors such as Aristophanes, Cicero, Euripides, and Homer. Homer wrote Odyssey and Iliad. This is where you may have heard of her. Or you may have heard of her in the movie Troy with Brad Pitt, where he goes out and he says, Boagrius! Boagrius! And finally, Boagrius comes out, and Brad Pitt is Achilles, and he just runs up, and just stabs him in the neck. But anyway, that movie is not actually about him. It's about Helen of Troy. Helen of Troy. The Trojan horse, the Trojan War, all started because of this woman. This woman. This woman. When she married Menelaus, she was still very young. Whether her subsequent departure with Paris was an abduction or an elopement is ambiguous, probably deliberately so. So, did she sneak away with Paris from Menelaus because she married Menelaus? He was this old Trojan guy. She married him when she was very young. It was kind of like an arranged marriage, and she didn't like it. And then she ran away with Paris, or was she abducted by Paris? I think it's probably the second one. I think it's probably an elopement. The legends of Helen during her time in Troy are contradictory. Homer depicts her ambivalently, both regretful of her choice and sly in her attempts to redeem her public image. Other accounts have a treacherous Helen who simulated Bacchic rites and rejoiced in the carnage she caused. Oh, Lord. Ultimately, Paris was killed in action, and in Homer's account, Helen was reunited with Menelaus. She made her way back to her original husband. Maybe she shouldn't have been sneaking around with Paris in the first place. She wouldn't have caused a whole dang war. Though other versions of the legend recount her ascending to Olympus instead. Nah, probably not. More like Hades. A cult associated with her developed in Hellenistic Laconia, both at Sparta and elsewhere at Therapnus. She shared a shrine with Menelaus. She was also worshipped in Attica and on Rhodes. Her not Roads, but Rhodes. Her beauty inspired artists of all times to represent her frequently as the personification of ideal human beauty. I had an ex-girlfriend that looked like Helen. Looked like Helen for real though. And yeah, that was Jezebel. That was a damn trap from Satan. Her personified images of Helen start appearing in the 7th century BC in classical Greece. Her abduction by Paris or escape with him was a popular motif in medieval illustrations. This event was frequently portrayed as a seduction, whereas in Renaissance paintings, it was usually depicted as a R word, APE. We'll talk about that later because my stream got taken down, so I want to make sure my answer is very clear on a question that I was asked in my UFC stream about the R word, rape, the R word. And we'll talk about that at the very end of the show when I do some Bible thumping, and I'll justify my position. And if people don't hear the justification, they don't understand it, that's probably because they're not Christian, and so they're not going to understand what I'm saying. So, and we're talking about marital rape, by the way. Lines from the tragedy, Doctor. Okay, enough of that. Enough of Helen of Troy. Let's move on to the news. We'll talk about the ladies later in the show. The Trojans of Troy. Dean, what's up, Dean? Dean said, it's better to have 1 month than all of it put into 1 week. But you still get that week in the month. Last UFC stream got taken down. Yeah, I kind of knew that was going to happen when I played the stream when I played the fights on my stream for a pay-per-view from the UFC. I got like 10 content emails in a row saying this was taken down in Russia, this was taken down in China, this is taken down here, this is taken down here, and then finally the one above all is that this is permanently blocked everywhere. But it's okay. I can still go in and I can get the Battle of the Minds and I can make a video of it because it was a good Battle of the Minds. So let's get into the news. That's Women's History Month for you guys. Helen of Troy. I'm trying to think of more. We got Joan of Arc. Apparently she was some great war hero in like the French War. Maybe we'll talk, but I'm not a big fan of the French. And it kind of makes sense that they have a woman hero who was burned at the stake. I'm just saying. So maybe we'll talk about Joan of Arc. Maybe like Ruth or Esther or something. But next week we'll talk about the Proverbs woman, and we're gonna save the woman stuff until later in the show, till the end of the show. But let's move on with the news. So Trump was at Cpac. Trump is back, guys. It's time. I'm getting the buzz. I'm starting to feel it. It's coming up. We're only a year away. So it's getting hype. Trump 2024. By the time we get to the 1 year show of doing this for 1 year every week, I need to get this flag, because after the 1 year show, we're going to change the flag. We're going to go to Trump 2024 flag. So I need a Trump 2024 flag sometime over the next like 2 months, because I think we're at episode 44. Dang, that means only 8 more episodes to go. 8 weeks. 8 weeks till we're at the 1 year. Provis 31 wifey was hard to find back then. She's a unicorn today. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a whole segment on that next week. This week we're gonna talk about, later in the show, we'll talk about, the suffragist movement, and how most women didn't want the right to vote. We'll talk about how marital rape is not a thing if you're a Christian and you're in a Christian relationship, because when you get married, you and your wife are one flesh, so it's impossible. It doesn't even make sense. We'll talk about just all kinds of stuff. We got lots of crazy stuff on the show. I got like notes and stuff everywhere. Hersheys, we're gonna talk about the Hersheys battle here in a little bit, but let's get into this Trump stuff. Let's talk about Trump first. Trump dates. Segment's called Trump Dates. It's like updates, but with Trump. Do you guys get it? If you don't get it, then it's a bad joke. Trump dates. If you guys are members, you got your little Trump membership things. Trump 2024. All right. Despite Republicans cooling on him, Cpac is still the Trump show. Now, Saturday marked the final day of Conservative Political Action Conference, Cpac, and former President Donald Trump delivered the closing act. Change only happens if we plow fearlessly ahead and declare with one voice that the era of woke and weaponized government is over. That is our task. That is our mission. And this is the turning point and the time for that decision, Trump said, speaking to a crowd of Cpac attendees at the Gaylord National Resort and Convention. Kind of makes sense that it's Cpac would be at the Gaylord National Resort. Anyway, Convention Center in Maryland. The speech comes more than 3 months after he announced another bid for president. The former president spoke for more than 90 minutes, ticking through a list of pledges for a second term in office, while also hitting on points he's repeatedly made in the past speeches since leaving the White House, notably the lie that he won the 2020 election. What a horrible lie. Trump also criticized a handful of the Biden administration's policies, vowing to end the war in Ukraine and cut down on U.S. foreign aid. He took aim at established Republicans and led the party in the early and mid-2010s, calling out the change in party ideals since he became a prominent political figure. This is by NPR, by the way, leftist garbage heap, so that's why we're reading it. I do have a clip, but there's one article that mentions something. Okay, this is when we get into the China stuff. It should be in this article. He's talked, well, if he wants, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. One of these articles said that he said something about, this sucks, now I can't find it. Change only happens if we plow fear. The second quote, here we go. Okay. The second quote they have from him, I watched the whole interview, or I watched the whole speech, and I made clips of it for shorts, and I made a clip for it that I'm about to show you guys, a 4-minute clip. It was a 50-minute thing. And this thing says somewhere that he spoke for 90 minutes. In this quote, we had a Republican Party that was ruled by freaks, neocons, globalists, open border zealots, and fools. But we are never going back to the party of Paul Ryan, Karl Rove, and Jeb Bush. I mean, I'd argue that we still kind of got that right now as far as globalists, neocons, warmongers. I don't see a lot of open border zealots on the Republican Party much currently because our border problem is so out of control. But I do see a lot of warmongers, globalists, neocons, and then freaks. I mean, the conservative movement is still, you got Miss MAGA there. You got a lot of the LGBT and the trans people. And now it's becoming cool to it's becoming cool for people like Eliza Blue and Jeffree Star to come out and say, I don't believe in they, them. Yeah, but you're still in drag and wearing a pink wig and you got makeup on. You're queer as a $3 bill. You're not helping children. You're grooming little boys with Eliza Blue's help. And now she's making money off saying that she's a human trafficking advocate. Bullcrap. She was helping Jeffree Star and this I disavow. This is all comedy and jest. I don't actually know all any of this. I'm just basing it off things that I read. I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist. Everything I say is for entertainment and not possibly true. That Jeffree Star and Eliza Blue were trafficking, she was helping recruit young boys for Jeffree Star to diddle. But now he comes out and says, I don't believe in they, them. And it's like a conservative hero. And like, I see people that I know on Facebook. And by the way, I know Lord Bibby made a video about a short about the Jeffree Star thing. I know he's not taking Jeffree Star's side. He's just showing it. He's doing shorts. I get it. I'm not talking about Bibby. But somebody else that I know on Facebook posted the Jeffree Star thing and was like, this is great. And I was like, no, this is not great. Just because a demon says one thing, he's a grifter. He's trying to infiltrate the conservative movement now. He's trying to grift onto the conservative movement. So he's talking about, I don't like the they, them stuff. So the conservatives like me. I'm not even going to play the clip. You guys can go look it up. But no, I'm not falling for that crap. I'm not falling for Miss MAGA at Cpac. I'm not falling for a Rob Smith at Turning Point. Won't answer a question from the America First movement. I'm not. Y'all are scared to debate people. This new conservative movement, this TPUSA, this Daily Wire stuff, they're not gonna step up to the plate and debate Nick. They're not gonna do that. So that's not gonna happen. It's whack. It's whack, and I see a lot of fakes in it. But anyway, my point is this quote. When I watched the speech, I could not find this quote. So this is from NPR. I don't know if I watched a shortened version, because what I watched was only 50 minutes, and they said that it was a 90-minute speech that he did. So maybe I saw a shortened version. Let me play the clip for you guys of the Trump speech. I tried to find this part specifically and isolate it. I could not find it. But here's just a little cover of what Trump was talking about. And basically, I'm saying I agree with him. I agree with Trump on this and the freaks. But the freaks are still around. The freaks come out at night. Hold on.
It's time for all Americans to get off of welfare and get back to work. You're going to love it. You're going to love it.
Let's go.
Love it. Look. It's time for all Americans to get off of welfare and get back to work. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. You are going to love it. Look, the Clinton News Network is one.
Totally. She had to live with being the first person to
take a look. Honestly, take a look at their polls over the last 2 years.
It's a beating in evil.
Now you'd think they'd fire the pollster, right? After years and years of getting battered.
Nothing.
But I don't. I mean, who knows?
Yeah,
maybe
probably.
they're
You're
just
right,
bad
Dean. Maybe we should talk about Dean one of these
weeks. Or
weeks.
maybe they're not legit. But it's one or the other. Look at how inaccurate. Look at CBS. Look at ABC also.
Dare drag Demon to even try that crap in your mind.
Take a look at some of these polls. They're so
they,
bad,
them,
so
they are
inaccurate.
legion.
And what that does is it creates a false narrative.
We are legion. We are many.
It's just like we're not going to win. And people say, oh, I love Trump, but I'm not feeling great today. He can't win, so I won't go and vote. I won't go and vote. It creates a whole false deal. And we have to fight it, folks. We have to fight it. Our victory.
The problem isn't going and voting anymore. The problem is ballot harvesting and mail-in votes. 70% of our votes in 2020 were mail-in votes, which is insane. That's more than double the previous year. That's an insane jump in the amount of mail-in votes. And then Democrat ballot harvesters. So maybe 2024, I'm going to try to sign up to go. I mean, I won't have to do that. I live in Utah. It'd be cool to take a trip out to a Democrat city and go harvest votes, red votes, go harvest Republican votes in blue cities. That would be fun. Who's going to pay me to do that? Where's the Republican Soros? Where's the guy who's going to pay me to fly out and just knock doors all day? Guys, I did door-to-door sales for 3 years. I'll knock doors and get some ballots filled out for the Republicans. I'll get the Democrats. I'll get their ballots and fill them out for Republican. Let's go. That's how we're going to win. We need a ballot harvest.
Was a victory and a win for conservative values. And our victory was a win for everyone who believes it's time to stand up for America, to stand up for the American worker, and to stand up
She said,
for the American flag.
Demons. I'm just going to call them Legion.
And by the way, we love our flag. And by the way, you folks are in here. The place is packed.
I love my flag.
There are lines that go back 6 blocks. And I tell you that because you won't read about it, okay? But there are lines that go back 6 blocks. There is such love in this country for everything we stand for. You saw that on Election Day. And you're going to see it more and more. There's been some movement.
So again, I couldn't find the scene where he calls out the freaks, but I appreciate that, Trump. I also appreciate, he's touched on it lightly. He hasn't gone as hard as Desantis has on this stuff, which is getting DeSantis a lot of clapback right now, which we'll talk about in the rapid fire news segment. We'll take a look at DeSantis's anti-free speech bills. Freddie put me onto this. He was telling me, DeSantis got all this. He's trying to blah, 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 blah. So, of course, I'm going to look into it. And that's why I appreciate Freddie, because he says some dumb stuff, and then I'm like, I got to go look into this. And so we're going to read the entire bills. Well, maybe they're like 10 pages. I've already read them, but we're not going to read all of them. We're just going to kind of scroll through them and look at them and see if it's really as bad as what Democrats are saying. But what's up, Stephen Will? We walk in the authority of Christ. I curb stomp they them demons. I like that.
But there's never been anything like this. There's been some movements that petered out, like Bernie.
Petered out.
But it was a little rigged against him, super delegate.
I was just watching Bernie on the Bill Maher show with Russell Brand and some guy from MSNBC. I was watching clips from it, and Bernie was talking about equity and equality. Bernie's always been about equity, right? He's a socialist. He's always been about equity, which is equal outcomes. But in the show, Bill Maher's like, what's the difference between equity and equality? And he's like, I really don't know. Honestly, that's what he said. I don't have the clip pulled up. Maybe later in the show we can watch if we got free time. But he's like, I don't know. And then he's like, I guess. And then Bill Maher kind of helps him. He's like, well, equality is equal opportunity, which also, by the way, I don't agree with that either. Equal opportunity is a lie, and equity, they're both lies. Equal opportunity is a lie. Why? If you have no legs, I'm not going to pay you the same as an arborist climber who has both legs. In fact, I'm not going to hire you, and I shouldn't have to hire you. I'm sorry. It's not equal. But you could get a great job as a programmer, a computer programmer or something. I don't know. I hope your brain is really good, but you're not going to get a job that requires legs. There's no equality. Okay. That's equal opportunity, which is still a lie, but sounds nicer than equal outcomes, which is equity, which all the Democrats are pushing now, especially my Marxist mayor, Erin Mendenhall, here in Salt Lake City. Every post she puts on, and I said this on one of her posts recently, and one of her bots was like coming at me. I was like, how come every post you make has the word equity in it? Like, you make sure every single post has the word equity in it. And her little bot boy, I don't even know if it's a guy or what. I think it's a bot. I can kind of tell a bot when I see a bot. And I don't mean like an actual AI bot thing, but I mean like someone who just has a fake account and they're like paid to do damage control on the mayor's Facebook page and like rebuttal me, but they don't rebuttal me. They're just like a bot. They're like, why are you so afraid of equity? Or no, they said, why are you so afraid of equality? I said, equity and equality are two different things, dummy. They're two different words. Well, why are you so afraid of equity? Like, I'm not afraid of equity. I'm not going to talk to you about this. You can call into the show on Monday night and talk to me about it if you'd like to. But I'm not going to have a debate with somebody on Facebook or in a YouTube chat. It doesn't work. If you want to talk about it, if you really want to understand my point, if you can't figure it out from what I said, And I've said to this bot many times before, I don't like Marxists, and it's Marxist. It's a communist buzzword. That's why I don't like it. This equity stuff, this uh, equality or whatever of outcome. Be wise. Some would say your point of view doesn't have a leg to stand on. You mean the no leg guy? It does have a point. It does have a leg to stand on. No, it's it's crippled. Oh man, yeah. So this equity and equality, they're both commie buzzwords, but anyway, the point is Bernie um took the side of equality, which he's always been about equity, but he took the side of equality. And then I was watching on Shapiro. Shapiro was saying the point is that now Biden's even farther left than Bernie because they're all talking about equity, which is communism. Anyway, how'd I get off on this tangent? I can't remember. I was talking about the Bernie stuff and the equity and the
She had
quality.
so many delegates before the thing even started. I actually said to my people, how does that happen?
Oh, because Trump mentioned Bernie.
Not that I'm a fan of Bernie, but a lot of Bernie people voted for Trump. Our country is being absolutely devastated with bad trade deals. So he was right about that. But we got a lot of Bernie support. So actually, I like Bernie, okay? I like Bernie. But I'm here today to tell you what this movement means for the future of the Republican Party and for the future of America.
Close, Dean. Equity is when everybody has the same amount of possessions. So it's like the government wants to distribute the wealth so that everybody has the same amount. Except for the elites, they're always going to have way more than everybody. We're going to be eating bug bars and living in pods. They're still going to have mansions stuff. We're all going to have the same bug bars and the same pods and the same nothing, and we're going to be happy about it because it's all going to be free. You're going to have to do your little job, and your job's going to be easy. It's going to be some mindless zombie job. You're literally going to be like playing a game on an app to make an AI work. All we're going to do is sit there and play games with ads that pop up, and this is going to feed the AI, and the AI is going to be used for the automation to program all the robots to do all the real work. So we're just going to go sit in our pods and we're going to watch ads all day. We're going to watch TikToks and and play bubble popper games. What's up, Tommy T-Bone Davis? How you doing, Tommy? Let's finish this Trump clip.
First, we need to define what this great, unprecedented movement is and what it actually represents.
I got to get through this clip. We got a lot.
The core conviction
to talk about.
of our movement is that we are a nation that put and will put its own citizens first. But I tell them, from a purely political standpoint, the single best thing we can do is nothing. Let it implode completely. It's already imploding. You see the carriers are all leaving. I mean, it's a disaster. But 2 years don't do anything. The Democrats will come to us and beg for help. They'll beg, and we'll stop it. We'll stop the drugs from pouring into our nation and poisoning our youth.
Closing up that border.
Pouring in.
Let's go.
Pouring in. We get the drugs, they get the money. We get the problems.
They get the cash.
They get the cash. No good.
No good.
No good.
Nope.
Gonna stop.
No bueno.
By stopping the flow of illegal immigration, we will save countless tax dollars, and that's so important because the tax.
Trump just pulled a Biden, guys. I gotta, we call it out every time Biden does it. We gotta call it out when Trump does it too, just to be fair. And I'm not, it's kind of funny. Let's listen. He said tax dollars. I think he was got tax dollars and textiles mixed up and kind of combined them and had a brain fart. So he said tax dollars.
No good. No good. Gonna stop. By stopping the flow of illegal immigration, we will save countless tax dollars, and that's so important because the dollars that we're losing.
It's all right. See, we can laugh at
anything that you can imagine.
This is something the liberals won't understand. I can watch that and laugh at that. He had a little gaffe. It's funny. Whatever. Not as bad as Biden's gaffes when he talks about cockroaches rubbing on his leg hairs and stuff, and just goes off into goes off to another planet in the middle of a speech and just turns around and starts talking to somebody who is not there. They're really not comparable, but I do want to call it out when Trump screws up. He's a man. He's a man, guys.
And the tax dollars that can be used to
This
rebuild.
could be a deep fake. Ashley, Dean, I was actually thinking the same thing, and then I didn't hit on it just now. But yeah, except for the fact that this was live, in which case there would need to be holograms involved because this was done at Cpac, which is like an actual thing that people are at. So unless he was a hologram, but yes, that was kind of like a deep fake moment. It was like when the AI has like a glitch or something. It's like I think Biden has more of those deep fake glitch moments than Trump, though.
American communities, including our inner cities.
All right. So Trump's back. You know, we're gonna keep you guys updated on Trump and what's going on in the Trump world. So let's look. He talked about China. We got an article from Axios here about Trump demanding more from China, seeks more confrontation with China on trade, or he's just being firmer with them on trade. He wants us to be tougher on them instead of like Biden, who is soft as Charmin, soft as Charmin, soft as Downy, soft as the Snuggle Bear. Okay. Former President Trump escalates his attacks on China at Cpac last night, testing his ability to move the U.S. toward a more confrontational approach on trade with the communist. That's what you got to do. You can't be soft about it. Why it matters. The last 6 years have shown that Trump's hawkish proposals on China, initially dismissed as dangerous and impossible, have a way of becoming plausible and even policy. Trump was doing great with China until they unleashed the beast, until they unleashed the beast on all of civilization. When almost half of Wuhan's population left and went to Western countries. Yeah, they don't talk about that much anymore. Driving the news last week's speech was the live version of a campaign video Trump released last week, in which he essentially called for the decoupling of the U.S. and Chinese economies. On Capitol Hill, his latest calls didn't spark outrage as they did in 2016. Democrats and Republicans agree the U.S. needs to rely less on China. Committees for both the House and Senate have held hearings this session that focuses on various threats China poses to the U.S. As president, Trump imposed a series of tariffs on China, and President Biden has kept them on the books. Well, that's good. What they're saying, the American people have the habit of moving from indifference to outrage in very short order. Senator Todd Young, Republican of Indiana, told Axios, and that's happened as it pertains to China. Trump did shift the conversation on China policy. Senator Joni Ernst, Republican of Iowa, told Axios he will continue to shift it. We need to find ways to decouple when it comes to anything regarding national security. Senator Robert Menendez, a Democrat of New Jersey, chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, agreed that the U.S. approach to China has changed significantly in recent years. I think the movement is relatively nascent. What's that word mean? Nascent. Why don't I know that word? I think the movement is relatively nascent, he told Axios. There's a lot more to be done on the China list. I got to look that word up. Let's write that word down. Word of the day. Nascent. There's a lot more to be done on the China list, he said, citing everything from Chinese digital authoritarianism to concentration camps in Xinjiang as areas that need urgent attention. Ultimately, Trump settled on a 25% rate, and China responded to hitting America's agricultural exports. Wait, flashback. In 2016, Trump's pledge to impose 45% tariffs on most exports from China was decried by economists as a recipe for a recession and pilloried by his political opponents. Ultimately, Trump settled on 25% rate, and China responded by hitting America's agricultural exports and sending fentanyl all over and unleashing COVID. A study from the Pro-Trade U.S.-China Business Council estimated that as many as, and we funded COVID, so they kind of, it's like the Democrats and the globalists knew it was going to happen too. When Trump tightened down on China, they did not like that. A study from the Pro-Trade U.S.-China Business Council estimated that as many as 245,000 U.S. jobs were lost as a result of Trump's tariffs, While president in 2019, Trump announced a phase 1 trade deal with China, which required Beijing to buy $200 billion in U.S. goods, but Beijing didn't completely follow through. So, and also, this is Axios far left. They hate Trump, so you got to take all this with a grain of salt. And like things like this, I'd have to look deeper into this. As far as the job loss thing, jobs were lost as a result of Trump's tariffs. What kind of jobs did we lose? U.S.-China business count. You mean like Chinese people who were here on visas lost jobs and they had to go back to China? Are those the type of jobs that you're talking about? People who we like pay for their education and then they take our money and they send it home to China? Those are probably the jobs that were lost? Not American coal miners, not energy workers, people when they shut down pipelines and things like that hurt Americans. By the way, Trump said in his speech, we're going to be using American steel for the pipeline. We're going to reopen the pipeline and use American steel for that pipeline. So America first, not China first. Sounds good. What's Fox saying? China boosts military spending by billions as U.S. warns of potential Taiwan invasion. So this is under Biden. Supposedly Trump was so horrible with his geopolitical policies regarding China and the tariffs and things like that. Supposedly it was so bad, but I didn't see China really doing much, other than developing TikTok, which Trump tried to ban, and now they've totally unleashed it on America, destroying our children. The Chinese government will boost its military spending by 7.2% this year, rising to a total budget of 1.56 trillion yen. In U.S. dollars, China's budget now sits at $230 billion, up nearly $16 billion from its budget in 2022. China's Ministry of Finance announced the new infusion of cash in its annual report on Sunday. The spending increase comes as the U.S. warns of a potential Chinese invasion of Taiwan in the near future. U.S. officials have also warned China against sending lethal aid support to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Despite the increase, U.S. military spending still dwarfs China's. America's military is engaged in efforts across the globe, including the supply of weapons for defending Ukraine. So, yeah, we do spend a lot more on weapons and the military than China does because we are the world police. We take care of everybody. So that's it for the Trump updates, the geopolitics, the Trump, the China. We haven't heard much from Biden lately. They're probably getting ready to switch him out. Google says beginning to develop for nascent, beginning to develop. So like, kind of like nurture. What's the word I'm thinking of? Nativity? Not. Yeah, kind of. Okay, nascent. Like yeah, beginning to develop. Nation, nationality, nascent, nativity. Yeah. Okay, cool. We learned a new word. Thank you, Jeff Hewitt. I just had to lock that into my brain. It's not going to be there forever, though. It might be there. Ask me again at the end of the show. I probably won't remember. Except I need to write it down to really remember. Beginning to develop. Nascent. Am I pronouncing it right? I won't take the time out of the show to Google it, but I will take the time out of the show to write it down when somebody else Googles it. So either way, the same amount of the show was taken for me to learn a new word. Let's get into the weird sex bills that are going around. Weird bills. Mississippi has banned gender-affirming care. We got the Matt Walsh clip from that I made a short of. The ACLU is big mad. Meanwhile, Idaho, shout out Stubborn One. Idaho standing up has a new drag ban that some people are apparently saying Christian nationalists are threatening free speech by doing a drag ban. So let's look at this stuff. This is kind of interesting. Mississippi governor signs transgender healthcare ban for minors. The battle for gender-affirming care. Let's watch a little of this news article, then I got a clip of Matt Walsh.
From the Williams Institute in 2019, it's estimated from gender dysphoria, the obstacles can prove even more challenging. But in a mission to get help, many have turned to loved ones, side hustles, even GoFundMe. Arcana Whitworth has this report on the uphill battle to fund gender-reaffirming care.
I can only remember how much I wanted to be a boy growing up and how deep down I had to bury those feelings because I never felt like anybody would understand.
So that's a girl. Just want to throw that out.
We're essentially going to dissect out all of the breast tissue. Now, when we say all of the breast tissue, what we mean is probably like 98, 99%. All right, take great care, everybody. Yes, sir.
See you on the other side.
All right.
Ew, that doctor needs to go to jail. Just saying. I guess if he's an adult and you want to get your dang old whatever chopped off, that's fine. And this person's probably not underage, so maybe the doctor, whatever. The doctor's a degenerate, but maybe he doesn't need to go to jail. If he does it to children, he needs to go to jail. Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves signed a bill banning puberty blockers, but this article is about children, okay, for minors. So I have to assume that if that guy in the article must be a minor, right? Okay, in that case, yeah, that doctor needs to probably catch a bullet, a hot one, you know? Mississippi governor, not from me, from the government. I mean, you know, capital punishment. You're hurting children. Yeah. Get a millstone tied around your neck, right? Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves signed a bill banning puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and surgeries for people under 18 in the state who are seeking gender-affirming health care. The state joins 6 other states: Alabama, based; Arkansas, based; Arizona, based; Florida, based; South Dakota, based; and Utah. Let's go. With laws or policies that ban minors from accessing care. It's not care, it's destruction. It's destructive, it's satanic, it's evil. Studies, including research in the medical journal JAMA surgery, JAMA. What's that even stand for? JAMA surgery. Yeah, I'm not listening to any medical journal called JAMA. Have shown that gender-affirming care can be life-saving for transgender and non-binary children and adolescents, promoting positive mental health and physical health. Sounds like a bunch of satanic garbage to me, if you're asking. They are legion. So that's HB 1125 in Mississippi. It's already been passed. Let's watch the clip. I got one more article from the ACLU. The ACLU is pissed. They're not happy. ACLU is kind of like the ADL or the SPLC or Media Matters. They're these far left, basically think tanks that have now become like civil liberties and civil rights activists. And now in the modern day, all of these websites, what they do is they just pay people to have a bunch of like right wing and common sense and so-called conspiracy theorists have like their social medias open. And whenever they say something wrong, you report them. These people get paid to go into chats and just sit and lurk in the chats and hide out in the chats, and also to come on shows. And you know, I suspected some of my callers of doing this before, but I like to think they don't. But you know, you can catch a little quick hot paycheck. You get somebody banned because you sit in their chat, and then as soon as they say the wrong thing about the Transformers more than meets the eye, or the blacks, or the Horklump juice, or the Russia versus Ukraine, God forbid you side with old Pooty, these groups come after you. So this is ACLU talking about the Mississippi bill. Mississippi Governor Ron Tate signed a bill, healthcare treatments for gender dysphoria or transgender youth, prohibiting doctors from providing such care and stripping parents of the right to guide medical decisions for their own children. Hey, if you're a parent that would guide this sort of medical decision on your children, then you also need to catch a hot one. Just saying. A hot pocket. I'm just talking about a hot pocket. Like you microwave it, you put it in a little sleeve, and you hand it to them. Catch a hot one. Okay? American Civil Liberties Union and the ACLU of Mississippi, well, those are both the same thing. I'd just like to point that out. Of Mississippi issued the following statement. It's from the ACLU. They don't know how to write well. This is a devastating development for transgender youth in Mississippi and heartbreaking for all of us who love and support them. This care was already if you love them, you wouldn't be encouraging them in their delirium, in their delusions. You wouldn't be you would be showing them some tough love and tell them, hey, no, you're a girl, cut it out. You're a boy, don't don't actually literally cut it out, because that's what they want to do. Don't cut it out. Cut it out. Don't cut it out. This care was already difficult to access across the state for transgender people of any age, but this all shuts the door on best practice medical care and puts politics between parents, their children, and their doctors. Well, politics are downstream from culture, and politics is designed to control the society. And if the society's going crazy trying to cut genitals off children, then politics should keep it in check. Their children and their doctors. This fight is far from over. We are determined to build a future where Mississippi is a safe place to raise every child. Right, that's what they're doing. They are helping. This bill has made Mississippi a safe place to raise a child. Any state where a doctor will cut off a child's body parts that are healthy is not a safe place to raise a child. Our politicians continue to fail trans youth, so it's up to each and every one of us to rise against their fear and ignorance and surround these young people with strength, safety, and love. All right, enough of that crap. Let's watch what Matt Walsh had to say in the short I made.
Makers here in Mississippi who have done the right and necessary thing by banning the horrific medical abuse of children. If we lived in a sane society run by sane people, we would all be able to agree on this point. The question of whether it's ever okay to castrate and sterilize and mutilate a child would be answered in one loud and unified voice, saying without hesitation, not only no, but hell no. But sadly, many of the people who hold power in this country and who run our institutions do not pass this basic test of human decency.
Yep.
Now, the kids cannot choose any of this. They cannot consent to it. They can't understand what they're doing or what the long-term effects or even short-term effects are going to be. They recognize that minors have neither the maturity nor the powers of discernment nor the psychological nor neurological formation required to make these sorts of choices. These gender ideology advocates want us to believe that the child who can't be trusted with a can of beer should be trusted to permanently transition into a different gender. Makers here in Mississippi who have done the right and necessary thing.
It's retarded, straight up. It's retarded. So, I mean, good job on Tennessee. Good job. Good on them. Meanwhile, also good on Idaho, but we've got some backlash due to, all these articles I'm showing you. I'm not showing you the articles saying good job, Idaho, good job, Mississippi. I'm doing that. So what I'm going to show you guys is the leftist articles, and I'm going to show you their cringe and their freak out over, oh no, we're protecting children from getting their genitals cut off. Oh, so here we got Idaho statesman, Idaho Christian nationalists. Now they're labeling them with that off the rip. This is one of the new buzzwords they're using is Christian nationalist. So, it was white nationalist for a while. Now it's Christian nationalist, and they keep pushing it farther and farther with these labels. It started with racist, and then nationalist, and Christian nationalist, and blah, blah, blah. So that's a buzzword off the rip. Continued their assault on First Amendment rights. On Thursday, the House State Affairs Committee recommended passage of a bill that claims to ban sexually explicit public performances, a bill that was drafted to try to end public drag shows often associated with gay pride festivals. As is becoming increasingly predictable for bills authorized by the Idaho Family Policy Council, a Christian nationalist organization that argues the country should be run by Old Testament law, well, assuming they're a Christian nationalist organization, Christian implies that they're more focused on New Testament law than Old Testament law. Just saying. So maybe your editor should work on that, Idaho statesman. The bill is drafted so that it bans wide swath of activity that has nothing to do with the announced intention of banning explicit performances in public. It defines prescribed sexual conduct to include sexually provocative dances or gestures performed with accessories that exaggerate male or female primary or secondary sexual characteristics. If you understand what those terms mean, you begin to see the staggering scope of public performances that fall within Bill's crosshairs. Yeah, I don't want men wearing giant prosthetic breasts or women wearing fake schlongs. I don't want people wearing chains and ball gags at the pride parades where children are at. Yeah, this isn't a free speech thing, okay? Free speech, you have free speech in an elementary school. You have the right to free speech in an elementary school. This is like I can't stand when people use this argument with porn. When I say porn should be banned, or at least the measures for porn to be accessed need to be much more harder. You shouldn't just be able to type in a site and then say, yes, I'm 18. And then you're in the porn site, because kids are doing it at younger and younger ages. And people will say, so I say ban porn, or make sure that it can only be accessed. Like, you got to pay for it before you even go to the site. That's going to destroy a lot of men's wallets, but they're probably not that good with money in the first place anyway if they're addicted to porn. So maybe it would help. I think it would help if we really had serious, strict laws with porno on the internet, where, like, to even get to see it, you gotta have a credit card, you've gotta give them your maybe not your social security number, but some way to prove that you're multiple steps to prove you are the age that you are, that you're an adult. But then when you say ban porn, people are like, oh, I guess you don't support the First Amendment. And all these things that these First Amendment advocates that I keep hearing a lot of First Amendment advocates on a lot of boo-boo, a lot of nonsense coming from some First Amendment advocates. So I'm really starting to think, as the Founding Fathers thought, that the Constitution is kind of stupid, because when they were drafting it, they were like, what are we supposed to write? You have the right from God to wake up and make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and eat it? Like, why do we even need to write this thing? This is all just, we're basically writing documents that tell you what common sense is. And by writing the document, they made it fallible, and they made it changeable, and they made all these different amendments, and they kept adding to it and changing it, just like they've done with the Bible, just like they've done with religions throughout history. They change it over time, and it's progressivism. And we're just supposed to roll with the punches and go with the changes. So maybe I'm not pro First Amendment, I don't know. But porn and sexual performances and drag queen shows do not fall under First Amendment, for the simple reason that anything that you can't say in the presence of a child, you should not have a First Amendment right to that. If you can go in a school, you have the First Amendment right when you go into school. If you start cussing and being lewd and saying nasty stuff, then you should get in trouble. You shouldn't be saying that stuff around kids in the school. If you go into school and you start having sex on a desk in front of children, you should go to jail. Okay? So your First Amendment right, you have the First Amendment right in schools, but you're not going to go have sex in front of the children in the school, right? So how is porn under First Amendment rights? How is a drag queen story hour for children under First Amendment rights? It's not. It's not protected by the First Amendment. And the First Amendment is only for immoral and religious people anyway. So, yeah. Thank God. So glad there are men to protect and stand up for the children. I mean, I wish I was doing more of the guests. I mean, I wish I could find out about these things if they happen in Salt Lake City, and I would go there and show up, and I would mog on these little bitch, on these people. I would go out there and mog on them, okay? And I would show up, go trolling them and all that stuff. But I don't know when they happen, and then I'll find out about one happening in Ogden a week after it happens. It's like Facebook doesn't want to let me find these people. But yeah, this is what I can do. I can talk about it on here. I'm not angry about it. It's not something I'm angry about. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's disgusting. I think it's evil. But I also think it's par for the course. This is how societies fall. This is sexual degeneracy. Within three generations, it'll wipe out a whole civilization. So this is what's supposed to happen. It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the cyclical nature of God and the world. And all I can do is hopefully find a couple people that are like, maybe see that this stuff's messed up. Maybe some troll comes along and watches this show, and they're like, oh, he's making some good points. I wouldn't go have sex in a school because that's disgusting. I'm an atheist. I don't even have any grounding for my morals at all, but I know that that's morally evil. Nobody should do that. Why do I know that it's morally evil? Oh, because there's a power above me that said so. That's the point. But a couple more on the weird sex stuff. We got the TERFs are melting over Hersheys Women's History Month campaign. So we got the clips I got the clips. I got the Hersheys commercial, the Women's History Month Hersheys commercial. Women, come on now. This is why I'm calling you out, women, in this episode. Not all the women. There's some good women. The Gets, Lady Seesaw. We got some good ladies out there who they're making babies. They're being good mamas. I appreciate it. I love all the women, but I especially love the women who are following God and being good wives and good mothers and taking care of their children. I love it. I love it. But for the rest of the women, y'all really gonna let this slide? Let me play this clip from Hersheys. Hersheys Women History Month has a special chocolate. Y'all gonna love this. If you haven't seen this yet, get ready to be amazed. I mean, and they say turfs are losing their mind. Oh man, I'm slacking, guys. I can't pull it up. Where's that? Here it is. Let's watch.
My name is Faye Johnstone. I'm the executive director of Wisdom to Action. We can create a world where everyone is able to live in public space as their honest and authentic selves.
Now, let me start this over one more time. Faye Johnson. Do any of you ladies notice anything strange about Faye Johnson, the sponsor of Women's History Month? Hersheys chocolate. You guys get it? Hershey. I'm a Hershey. My pronouns are he. My pronouns are unvaccinated. Okay? Your program. My programs are beat your ass. Okay? What's your pronouns, guys? My pronouns. But Hershey's Chocolate is doing a new promotion for Women's History Month, Hershey's Chocolate, in honor of women. The only problem is the sponsor, I don't know if the sponsor is actually a Hershey. Let's watch this again.
My name is Faye Johnstone. I'm the executive director of Wisdom to Action. We can create a world where everyone is able to live in public space as their honest and authentic selves. See the woman changing how we see the future at Hersheys Canada.
Oh,
my name is Faye Johnstone.
That's Faye Johnstone. That's Faye Johnstone. What do the ladies in the chat think? What do the guys in the chat? You guys think that Faye Johnstone is mildly attractive? Be careful, because this is a trick question. Oh man. So Hershey's comes out with the new Women's Month chocolate sponsor, Faye Johnstone. A 2SLGBTQIA plus advocate. You guys can't read that because my picture's in the way. Let me move this up so you guys can see this is actually ridiculous. This is actually like 100% retarded. Okay. 2SLGBTQIA plus advocate. 2 slug butt queer plus advocate. And I've seen it more. I've seen 2SLGBTQIA plus. I've seen 2 A's and 2 I's because there's autisex and asexual. Then there's intersex, and then there's like interstellar or something like that. I have no idea. But this is Hershey's little ad campaign, and they say turfs are melting over Hershey's Women's History Month campaign. It's not just turfs, okay? Trans exclusionary radical feminists. So now, if you're a woman who gets upset because for Women's History Month, Hersheys put out a promotion called Hersheys with a man as the mascot. If you're a woman who does not think that's good, you are a trans exclusionary radical feminist. They've labeled you too. So you don't get to opt out of this, ladies. You're going to be coming right along. You're going to be coming to the gulags right along with the racist, misogynist, transphobic, homophobic, those people just like me. It doesn't matter how nice you are. If you think that that this is a bad thing, you're coming to the gulag with me. And actually, if we study Russia, we see they took religious leaders and women first. They took the religious leaders and the women's first. Why? Because it made the men more compliant. When the wives were taken from the husbands and put into the gulags, it made the men more placid, and because the men were so and this has been a problem throughout history. The men were like, they were like obsessed with their wife. They were so physically and emotionally in love with their wives, so connected to their lives, that as soon as the wife was taken away, they lost themselves and they just become depressed and placid. Oh, you want to take me to the gulag now? Okay, let's go. Which is kind of what they're doing to us now with this feminism and all this other stuff. They found another way to do it mentally instead of actually taking people to gulags. Now they just make all the women act like men, and then that makes the men depressed, and that makes the men not want to date anymore, not want to have children anymore, not want to get married anymore, and the men just, don't go out and socialize, or the women that they get with, they find on a Tinder, on a dating app, and they just have sex with them, and they're done the next day. So, the same way the gulags work, they're doing that mentally now. That's the point with that rant just now. But anyway, so you're turf if you don't agree with this, but Daily Wire had a comeback for this. Daily Wire, I kind of respect this. I rag on Daily Wire a little bit. I like Daily Wire. I don't hate Daily Wire. I poke at them, and it's punching up. It's basically like punching up at a competitor if I make fun of them, because I do respect what they do. Jeremy's Chocolate sells more than 100,000 chocolate bars in the first 12 hours. So Jeremy Boring of the Daily Wire made a counter advertisement campaign. Instead of Hersheys chocolate, they have she, her, and then he, him. It doesn't say it here, but I'll show you the commercial in a second. He, him, and she, her chocolate, and one of them is nutless. One of them is nutless. Which one is nutless? Let's watch the clip. This is actually pretty classic. I respect this.
National Women's Day is upon us again, and I love an international woman. But our friends over at Hersheys, they don't even know what a woman is. They've hired a biological male to be the spokesperson for their Women's Day campaign. And they're calling that campaign, and I swear I'm not making this up, Hershey. Hershey. It's humiliating. And it's the reason that I'm launching Jeremy's Chocolate. We have two kinds. She, her, and he, him. One of them's got nuts. If you need me to tell you which one it is, keep giving your money to...
I'll be honest, guys. It's not every day that I have to search for a YouTube advertisement commercial to make into a clip. This is, I think this is a great commercial. I think this is funny. I think this is smart. I think this is epic. I respect it. But this was a commercial that will pop up on your YouTube feed if you watch this sort of content that I do. If you watch anything Daily Wire, political, all that stuff, you'll probably get this sometime. If you watch a lot of YouTube, you're going to see this as an ad. I had to search to find the ad to make the clip.
Hersheys.
A very good ad.
If you're tired of giving your money to woke corporations that hate you, and you're looking for a delicious chocolate bar from a company that actually wants your business, head over to IHateHersheys.com. National Women's Day is upon us again.
IHateHersheys.com.
And
one of them's nutless. If you have to figure out which one, if you have to ask which one is nutless, then this is not a product for you. That's awesome. But yeah, so we got that. I don't think I'm going to read the article, but apparently they sold 100,000 chocolate bars in the first 12 hours. That's pretty funny. I would get a box of these and have my kids go door to door and sell them. You know how they do Girl Scout cookies? They sell chocolates and stuff. I'd send these around to the neighbors if I had a kid. Like, go sell some chocolate bars. Bring home some money. You better make some income for this family. Anyway. That's it for that weird sex bills and stuff. Let's look at John Fetterman. Let's talk about Fetty Fet from Pennsylvania. When he got put in, I said then that I think there's some states that are just so corrupt when it comes to their voting systems and their ballot harvesting and the way they count and all that stuff. There's some states like Arizona and Pennsylvania. I don't think Georgia. I think Georgia got rough for a little bit, and they've tightened up. They've tightened up over in Georgia. It's what we saw at midterms. But states like Arizona and Pennsylvania are just screwed when it comes to the voting system. So Fetterman got elected, and I think he was kind of installed, like an installment. It didn't matter who they. What I mean by that is that it didn't matter who they put up. The Democrat was going to win. It didn't matter who was put up, and I don't think the thugs in Philly are like out there voting for Fetterman. So there's something fishy about it. But Fetterman's having health issues. Big surprise. You vote in a guy with a giant tumor and health problems who nobody's heard of, who comes out of the blue wearing a hoodie at the press conference. He somehow gets voted in, and we're supposed to think that that they have a reliable voting system. But he somehow gets voted in with health issues. And then within a couple months of being in there, he's got depression. He checks into a hospital for supposedly depression, and now he's back into this hospital again. Or maybe I'm flipping him around. Maybe he went in once, and then it was depression. Let's look into the articles. We got some more leftist garbage from NPR. Senator John Fetterman is discharged from hospital and will return to work Monday. So this is February 10th. This is like 3 weeks ago that this happened. He was discharged from George Washington University Hospital Friday afternoon. He spent Wednesday night in the hospital after feeling lightheaded. Test ruled out a stroke and found no evidence of seizure. Fetterman's communications director wrote, John is looking forward to spending some time with his family and returning to Senate. So he had some weird thing. It could have been like a blood clot or a heart problem. I wouldn't be surprised nowadays, to be honest with you. I think he had a gremlin growing in his neck. Maybe somebody spilled water on it and it multiplied. Maybe he fed it after dark and it turned into a monster. But this was just the beginning of his problems earlier in the month. So we move along farther in the month. We see that he checks into a hospital yet again for depression. Off his release update after he checks himself into a hospital for clinical depression. Checked himself into a hospital on February 16th. So he went into a hospital for supposedly a stroke or a blood clot or a heart problem, allegedly. I disavow. That's not really the news. Just the stroke thing, not the heart stuff. But 6 days later, he's in a hospital again for depression now? For depression? I don't know about that, Fetty Fett. The office, Senator John Fetterman, Democrat of Pennsylvania, released an update on Monday regarding his health after the Democratic senator checked himself in a hospital for clinical depression earlier this month. So I guess they're saying that this is the same time. Maybe it's the same time, but one of them was a stroke, one of them's depression, and it's all just a muddled ball of weirdness. Something's not right. He is visiting with staff and family daily, and staff are keeping him updated on Senate business and news. Oh, so the staff of the hospital is keeping the senator updated on Senate news. That's great to know. Our team is moving full speed ahead and working tirelessly with the people of Pennsylvania. Just last week, we opened a new office in Erie, and we'll be opening several more in the coming weeks. So, multiple hospital visits in February. Seems kind of weird. His office gives update on health following hospital admission for depression. This is from some weird news source, WPXI News. Let's see what's Net Kremlin. Yep. 716. Okay. They're all just saying the same thing. He's visiting with family and staff. But anyway, why did I want to talk about this? Because my predictions are coming true. I said Pennsylvania is gonna, and this is when we were having midterms. I was like, I don't think it matters who they put up in Pennsylvania. This dude's a zombie. Nobody knows who he is. He's gonna win. And as soon as I heard anything about he had some health problems, I was like, oh, they're gonna get this guy out of there quick. And then who are they gonna put in? Who's the next? I know that if the president, gets 25th Amendmented out or impeached or whatever, then the vice president comes in. How's it work with senators? Are they just going to be able to install whatever senator that they want in his place? Or they got somebody lined up to be the second in command. They get him in there, and then they put this, he's a Trojan horse. Helen of Troy reference. He's the Trojan horse to bring in some darker figure who nobody maybe would have voted for, or, even if nobody voted for him, Pennsylvania still could have installed them. But if they installed this person, it would have looked more nefarious. So they put this nice looking, his health is bad, but he's a cool guy. He's a nice guy. He wears a hoodie. He's chill. Let's get him in there. Oh, but he's sick. Let's take him out. This guy's got to come in and save the day. Meanwhile, this guy that comes in and saves the day is like a demon. And everybody knew it was a demon. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with this. But I'm just placing my bets on somebody else. Somebody else ends up taking a spot who's way worse. Just saying. Because I don't know much about Fetterman. I don't think anybody did. I think he's just a puppet. So, they're like, why do we need the puppet? Let's just get the puppet out. Let's put the real devil into office. The real democrat. Let's get him in there in Philly. Because Philly's struggling. Nice Helen of Troy callback. Thank you. But yeah. So that's just it on Fetterman. A little quick thing on Fetterman. Usually we only do like 3 main stories in the first segment, but there've been a lot of short ones. I am going a little over on time. Let me just finish this last little bit. We're going to talk about YouTube pushing shorts, and creators are starting to notice. YouTube creators are noticing they're shrinking attention spans. And I'm going to say, first off, I've been making shorts because you got to now. And ever since February 1st, I got the email that they were updating the terms of service and they were making changes. And these changes all revolved around monetization of shorts. So I got my shorts monetized. The problem is you don't make any money off shorts, like hardly at all. You could get 1 million shorts views. Maybe you get a million shorts views, you're going to make like 10, 20 bucks. But if you had 1 million views on a video, on a 20-minute, a 1 hour, or a stream or something long form, if you had 1 million views on that, you're making $10,000 off it if you can manage to keep it monetized. So not only is this hurting creators, because the shorts thing, now you have to do shorts. I've almost tied my best month for growth as far as subscriber count. I've almost tied my best month ever, but my view time is down. My watch time is down. My view count is up because the shorts get a lot of views. My view count is higher than it's ever been because of shorts. But my time, which is more important because it's all based off CPM, which is cents per minute or clicks per minute. You want eyes on your thing for longer periods of time so that more ads get ran. That's the way the game works. But if you have a bunch of these 1 minute shorts, it's not nearly as impactful as somebody watching a 2-hour stream or a 2-hour video that goes in depth on a topic. Okay. Now you say, well, who cares? We're not creators. We're viewers. We don't care. We like the shorts. That just hurts you as the creator. It hurts your bottom dollar. It hurts your pocket, whatever. Not me specifically, because I don't make a lot of money off YouTube, really. But for bigger creators, they're noticing it and it's hurting their pockets. And when you have a staff and when you're paying people, you have an editor, you have a thumbnail guy, you have this guy, you have this guy, you have this guy, and now your revenue just got cut by 50% because they're pushing the shorts and they're diverting views away from your long form content. This hurts the creator. But of course, if you're not a creator, why would you care? Well, I'm going to tell you why you should care. Because your attention span is being purposely shortened. You're not getting as much information. You're watching a 1-minute video that tells you one little interesting thing. And they could put out they could clip something to all hell and cram a bunch of words into 1 minute. And they got these ones where it's like double speed and they're talking really fast and they're saying blah 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 blah, talking about flat earth, talking about all kinds of crazy stuff, talking about how Joe Biden's the best president ever, crazy conspiracy theories. And they pump you with all this quick information and people watch it and they're like, oh, I just got smarter. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's like, oh, I just learned something. Now I know something. But if you would take, if there's 5 points in that video It's like a high school debate where you just rattle off all the points and you hope that they can't rebuttal all of them because they couldn't hear what you just said and you went too fast, you spoke too fast. Um, that's like what TikTok videos is. They'll just pump you with a bunch of quick information and they hope that you're not going to go look into each of these things and figure out that, oh, that's stupid. Oh, that's dumb. Oh, that's easily rebutted. Oh, that's wrong. So, and it's shorter and shorter and shorter with the attention spans, man. It's crazy that YouTube had done studies like 5 years ago that said people's attention span was down to 8 minutes, and then it was down to like 10 seconds. And now people's attention span is like 1 second. Some people get bored watching TikToks. Like, and I see it happening in me too. So I'm not judging anybody. I see it happening in me too. And I know it's not good because I sometimes, especially like an old movie, but if I go on Netflix and I try to watch a movie, like I need it to get interesting quick because I get bored. I'm like, okay, I want to go watch something else. Oh, I'm gonna go watch this on YouTube. Oh, I'm gonna watch this other video. I'm gonna watch this. Like, so I see it happening to me too. Me Too movement. Oh, but what am I getting at? Yeah, so Netflix, especially an old movie. If you want to go watch an old movie like The Shining, kids today can't watch old movies like The Shining or like what's like a old western or something, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Kids aren't gonna be able to watch these movies. They can't. And I don't mean young kids. Young kids should probably be watching the Shining, but y'all know what I'm saying. Long, good movies, old movies. They're gonna be like, where's the CGI? Where's the robots and the lasers? It's sad, man. It's how they turn people into mindless drones, dumbing us down more and more. Yep. In a way, watching shorts is just as bad as watching porn. You know what, Dean? I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm going to say facts because what it is endorphin rushes, it's dopamine hits. And so these shorts, whether it be a provocative video or whether it be some like maybe it's funny, it's just like a quick jolt of entertainment. Like, ooh, I'm happy. Ooh, that's funny. Ooh, nice. Yay. And yeah, it's like we don't get engrossed in stories anymore. We don't like there is an element of fiction and fantasy and writing and art that is good. It's good, you know. It's good to write. It's good to read stories. It's good to admire art and good art that takes time that people painted. Now a damn AI could make a picture of a banana taped to a wall, which is actually another piece of art that was dumb. But now somebody would pay for an NFT of a picture, of a digital picture of a piece of crap art piece that somebody did, and they called it abstract art, and they can make it an NFT, and people will buy it. It's like nobody has to take time and effort and put work into their craft, into their art, and nobody wants to take the time to admire it and sit back and look at a great painting or read a great poem, dissect great lyrics, really enjoy a good movie and study the cinematography and the camera angles and understand like the complexity and the levels of the story and great epics like even Homer and the Iliad and things like Shakespearean writings. Like nobody cares about this stuff anymore. And it's messed up, man. It's crazy. The Bible, you don't think any kids nowadays that are watching TikToks are going to be able to read one passage out of the Bible without falling asleep. It's not going to happen. They can't. I could show them the most intense story in the Bible, and they're gonna be like, "This is boring. What's thee and thou mean?" It's we could get together and have a very deep conversation. Everything is too tedious for them. Is B Wise your lady, stubborn one? I think it is. That's what's up. Dumbing us down more and more. But yeah, so it's crazy. YouTube is pushing the shorts. It's hurting creators' pockets. I'll read a couple of the articles and then I will take a quick break and move on to the next segment. But why is YouTube pushing shorts? As more people engage with short form content, those clips act as an ad of sorts for your main channel, which can then help you reach more users. And with YouTube also expanding the presence of shorts in the app, that means more opportunity to get your channel and content in front of more people. But it's not, yeah, I guess it gets, I agree with that. It gets more subscribers to the channel. The view count goes up, which gives you more of an endorphin rush. But when you realize it's just short views and it really doesn't matter, you know, you can't let that go to your head. I got 1 million views this month because I made, you know, you can't let that go to your head because it's shorts. It's a whole different world. Um, 1 million shorts views. If I had a 1 minute short that got 1 million views, I would trade that for a 1 hour video that got 1,000 views in a second. You know. But yeah, it does get more subscribers to your channel. I've seen that happening, and I do like that. The problem is you gotta convert the subscribers who subscribed for your shorts. So these are people who regularly watch shorts. You've got to get them to watch your long form content. And that's difficult because if they're already interested in shorts and they find you through shorts, what's going to make them want to come to my 5 hour stream where I just rant about geopolitics and Women's History Month? You know, it's tough. When shorts came out, that's exactly what I thought. I even said a good way to have content creators advertise for themselves, but turned out into a whole different beast. Yep. Why is YouTube promoting shorts? Use YouTube Shorts to promote and grow your regular channel. Blah blah blah. Every time you post a short, this is just like advertising. Let's look at Quora. What Quora people are saying. Don't trust Quora on anything because these people are not. These people are people who spend too much time on the internet and they like write answers on Quora to feel good about themselves, but don't take it as. Anyway, why is YouTube pushing shorts? A simple answer would be to compete with TikTok. If you don't know, TikTok versus YouTube was the biggest trend in Asia last year. We all know that TikTok is that's odd. That's odd to me because I'm pretty sure YouTube is banned in China, which is the majority of Asia. I don't know. That makes sense, I guess. TikTok is slowly taking over. More people are being addicted to it as the fastest growing social media and video sharing platform. They even increased the length of videos that users can publish up to 5 minutes. Long duration. Oh man, 5 minutes. Wow. Those creators are going to be struggling. This is becoming a direct threat to YouTube in no way. In no way, TikTok could never beat YouTube, but there's still 1% chance. Even TikTok made deals with Spider-Man No Way Home to promote the movie. So this is a smart strategy by Google to strike back and wipe out the competition. If you don't recognize, shorts are getting more views than the regular videos. Well, yeah, because they're a minute long. And also, if you play a short, it doesn't, when the video ends, it doesn't auto play to the next video. The short will just keep playing over and over and over again. So, you know, somebody might play a short, walk away from their phone, go do something, and then it just keeps playing. They're like, by the time they get to the phone and change it, they're like annoyed because it's played 4 times. So this is the smart strategy by Google to strike back. Back in the days, there was huge competition between Yahoo, Bing, Google, and all sorts of competition to beat them. Google released its own operating system known as the Android that will run on various gadgets, smartphones. All of these devices will be equipped with Google search engine. That's how they beat the competition, and now Google is the most popular search engine. Just like that, they want to eliminate the competition from YouTube. So it's a simple answer. YouTube introduced shorts to wipe out competition of many video sharing platforms such as TikTok. Hope my guess is correct. Yeah, sounds good. It sounds good. It makes sense, but I think there's more nefarious intentions behind it than that. I think they're tired of people are learning things. People are learning things and they don't like that. People will, which granted, you can find a crazy person that can make you're probably watching one right now, but you could find a crazy person who could just talk about crazy stuff for hours. But you can also, YouTube was always known, to me, the reason I loved YouTube is the place that I could go and learn something. Men learn from watching things get done often. Okay, there's like 3 different ways you can learn. You can learn from reading instructions, learn from doing it, or learn from watching it done. men are the last two generally. We don't. I like instructions. I'm kind of weird. Maybe it's femininity in me. I don't know. But mostly guys, if we can watch somebody do it and we can just go do it ourselves, practice a few times, we can get it. And YouTube is like 80% men. So the great thing about YouTube was if I need to know how to fix a spark plug on a 1995 Dodge Ram, I could type that into YouTube and there's a 10-minute video of it. Now, it's not a 1-minute TikTok video because it takes more than 10 minutes to do this. And the people take you through step by step and they explain how to do it. Well, it's the same thing with politics. It's the same thing with things like the COVID. That was not, I was trying to like make a funny word to not say the word, but I just said the word really slow. But things like the things that YouTube retroactively has to moderate the content, things like election shenanigans, things that we don't believe in here, like election shenanigans. Those are crazy. The coof, the Vaseline, things like that. People start talking about it on YouTube and they start explaining it to people and going through all the information that's available, not these 1-minute clips. They compile them all together into an hour-long video filled with all these different 1-minute clips, and they explain each thing to you. And then YouTube says, oh, people are learning. People are learning. People are going against the narrative. People are figuring stuff out because of these videos. So now we have to ban this content on our platform. You know what? Instead of banning all this content, let's just make shorts. Let's just push everybody towards shorts, because then there's not enough time to really like cause a revolution. You can't cause a revolution with a bunch of 1-minute clips. Sorry. You're not going to cause the people to rise up and go to battle with a damn 1-minute TikTok video. It's not going to happen. So yeah, Jeremy from the Quartering was talking
Salt
about
Lake
it.
City, Google Fiber is expanding in your area. We're bringing award-winning.
That's right. My channel is under attack. Well, actually, anybody who posts long-form content here on YouTube is getting demolished by this new change that YouTube rolled out seemingly on February 1st. And this isn't...
It's not seemingly. It was on February 1st. I got the email. You got the email too, Jeremy.
Just a speculative or altering live streams.
He talks about how he lost 50% of his revenue. He has like 1.5 million subscribers, so that's a lot of money. He said he might have to fire some of his staff if this doesn't change.
Including...
But he also says that it's possible this is a mistake. They made these changes on February 1st, and if creators come out and say, hey, yo, we didn't come to YouTube to do TikTok. We came to YouTube to do long-form content. We came to YouTube to make videos, educational videos, explanatory videos, long videos where we talk about things and we really flesh out ideas. That's what we came to YouTube for. We didn't come to YouTube for dang old TikTok. Hopefully, if creators like him and big creators talk about it, put it out there, and people, hopefully it could be something that could be fixed. They made this change to the algorithm on February 1st. Maybe it's like when a game comes out with a new patch, sometimes the patch causes more problems than what it was to fix. So they'll make a patch to fix this little glitch in this one staircase of the game that glitches out. But in doing so, they accidentally screw up a whole section of the game, right? This has happened before. And then they just make another patch that fixes both the problems. So this could be the situation. Maybe this is unintentional. I doubt it. I definitely think that they're trying to destroy long form content because they don't like this type of stuff. They don't like what I do. They don't like this stuff. They don't want people talking too long. They need you quick and quiet. You're quick and fast. Gotta lower the IQ of the masses. But anyway, that's all the news I got for the first segment. I just still got a lot of rapid fire news. Well, in the rapid fire news, we'll talk about UFC 285, my little quick UFC 285 review. Dragon Ball Super card game Worlds happened this weekend in Vegas. Just a quick little bit on that. We'll talk about Lori Lightfoot being ousted. Ron DeSantis got a lot of bills. I think I already talked about the Russell Brand and the Chris Rock. We talked about the Jeffree Star and the Aiden Ross types breaking into the conservative movement because they say something cool about they them is not a thing. I'm okay with drag queens, but they them is not a thing. So now that these like heroes for the conservative movement. But let me find let's play a Bryson song. Let's play something from Bryson real quick while I go take a break. I'll be right back.
Right. Welcome to Reverb. If it's gear, it's here.
Ad. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a moment. Listen to Gun Toting Patriot from Bryson and from Fugashi.
To be expensive. Find great deals on you.
What's going on? God-fearing, gun-toting patriots. I love the Second Amendment.
Be right back.
God gave it to me. Not one politician, not one government legislation can take it from me.
MAGA gang, 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 MAGA gang, 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 MAGA gang, 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 MAGA gang, 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 hey, yo,
I'm a gun-toting patriot, God-fearing patriot. Bryson, why they mad? Cause I'm real and they be faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun-toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. This for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free. General Flint out the cage, cause he innocent. Barton Roger Stone, cause the run know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement. Tell Jussie Smollett that I know this MAGA country. Tell China we know they trying to play us like some dummies. I looked deep into it and I did the math. Why did Obama send money to that Wuhan lab? What is George Soros doing with all of his cash? Why did China take that Harvard guy and drop him a bag? Why is there so much propaganda? Funny you ask. How about that Bill Gates vaccine? Now, sorry I'll pass, cause I'm a gun-toting patriot. God-fearing patriot. Bryson, why they mad? Cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate. It's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun-toting patriot, God-fearing patriot. Bryson, why they mad? Cause I'm real and they be faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it.
All red MAGA flags waving through the South like we just want 4 more years. Democrats can't get right. Trumping with that Yeezy flow. Don't go broke on Sleepy Joe. Make America great again. Seeing that what you hating for. Military working overtime, I salute y'all. Antifa steady trying to play them games, yeah, we see y'all. Can't knock us down, Republicans standing too tall. About to run it back to back, yeah, that's how we ball. Trump, yeah, okay, bury him a legend, yeah, Trump, hey. Okay, America's biggest blessing. Free speech advocate, packing, never lacking it. I just bought another gun and ain't nobody taking it, gang. Okay, the White House going crazy now. MAGA season, tell them liberals they can't break us down. It's up, they know we run it, best believe it now. About to paint the city red, please don't burn it down.
Gang, 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 MAGA gang, 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 MAGA gang, 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 MAGA gang, 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 hey, yo,
I'm a gun-toting patriot, God-fearing patriot. Bryson, why they mad? Cause I'm real and they be faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it.
And I want to make this clear as well. If you want to come and get my rifle, good luck.
All right. We're not going to play Kid Rock.
This mistake is costing Amazon.
That'll be copyrighted. All right. We're back, everybody. Let's get into the meme review. Make more pointless shorts? Yes, that's what we must do. And then roll into the rapid fire news. Yep, that's what I do. Yep. You should make a show. Oh, wait. No, you just take clips from other flat earthers and got subscribers off that. Okay. Yeah, okay. I still spend more than a minute on each of my rapid fire news stories. They're flat Sabbaths. All right, meme time. Let's look at some memes. See if we got a lot of memes this week. Lots of memes this week. Does anybody want to go in the Discord? Yes, no, maybe so. I don't know if I have it open. I do have it open. Nobody's in there, so I'm guessing not. Let me do these memes. All right. It's meme review time. Okay. So, breaking an alleged fight script has been leaked for Jake Paul versus Tommy Fury clash. This is apparently a fight script for the fight. I don't know how real this is. It's just interesting. Round 1, the fight starts off cautiously, circling each other, throwing jabs. Round 2, Tommy Fury takes control. Round 8, the final round, Paul lands a huge right hand that sends Fury crashing to the canvas. Fury tried to get up. After fight, Jake and Paul argue with each other. Jake calls out KSI, saying that it's a script. I've heard a lot of arguments for that these Jake Paul fights, these show fights are all fake. But then I've heard a lot of good rebuttals from people in the fighting community, people in the MMA community and things like that, saying, no, it's legit. It's overlooked by the Vegas Gaming Commission, and they have to be legit because people gamble on it. But I don't know if that's really like a good like, can I trust the Vegas Gaming Commission, you know? So if I don't trust them, then that argument, that appeal to authority, oh, it's real because the Vegas Gaming Commission said so. Well, what if I don't trust the Vegas Gaming Commission? Then it's not a good argument. So I don't know, but apparently this script came out. I don't know if it's real. Just interesting. Don't shoot. I'm retarded. Prove it. We landed on the moon in 1969, but we destroyed that technology and we can't go back. But going to Mars is no problem. Mom, I'm dating our neighbor. He could be your dad. Age isn't an issue, Mom. No, you don't understand. I don't think you understand me. He could actually be your dad. I know a girl that looks a lot like this girl, by the way. This is most definitely in the top 5 best show posters I've seen. Come watch me eat an entire rotisserie chicken. November 6th will be the 40th consecutive day that I've eaten an entire rotisserie chicken. 12 o'clock noon, the chicken will be consumed on that abandoned pier near Walmart. This is not a party. What? Is this real? I don't know. All right. Don't mind us. We're just burning 300 gallons of jet fuel to de-ice this clean energy wind turbine. Right. We got to fly a helicopter up there to de-ice the clean air wind turbine. My first meme was flat Earth. No, it was an anti-moon landing. Chicago is going to miss Lori Lightfoot and her husband, Stephen Colbert. Look at Beetlejuice. Dang. Beetlejuice looking cray-cray. Wow. She looks like she's high on some pot. This is what a spacecraft's wall looks like after an impact with a space debris of about 1.2 centimeters at a speed of 21,760 kilometers per hour. That's crazy. That's crazy. So that little ball is tiny. Dang, it made it almost halfway through. I would say maybe thicken up those walls a bit. They need to thicken up them walls. GQ ASAP Rocky. This is, oh my God. There's not much to say about this. This is where hip hop is leading the young black males of today. Femininity, wearing a skirt. It's a kilt. It's a kilt. Whatever. Black guys don't wear kilts. They wear skirts. It's a skirt. You got a shirt that a woman would wear, except hers would cover up the nips, and some weird dominatrix boots. ASAP Rocky. That's Rihanna's little girlfriend. Yeah. GQ, Gentleman's Quarterly. Used to have naked women in it. Now it's got naked men in it. I told my kids if they beat this, I'd buy them a PS5. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Oh my gosh. Good luck on level 2. You trying to swim through them electric eels? Good luck, kids, today. You're not going to make it. Let me just tell you right now, you're not going to make it. Well, actually, kids today will just watch a YouTube video and they'll learn how to beat it until YouTube just goes to shorts. And then they won't ever be able to beat Ninja Turtles again, sadly. My name is Jeff. My name is Jeff. My name is Jeff. My uncle, a retired fisherman, volunteered to build his first grandson's crib. There were mixed reactions. That's an awesome crib, though. That's a great crib. That kid's going to be tormented by sharks his entire life. Chris Rock says only reason he watched Will Smith's movie Emancipation was to watch him get whipped. Chris Rock has a new comedy special out, and I know Netflix has been trying to crack down on password sharing for a long time, and I've been using my brother's Netflix for like 4 years, and I've never updated Netflix because of that problem. And now when I try to play stuff on Netflix because I want to watch this comedy special from Chris Rock, because apparently he goes hard at the woke people, when I try to watch it, it tells me, now it's telling me, it's been telling me for a while I need to update. But now it says app update needed. First, make sure your operating system is up to date, then update your Netflix app and try again. So now it's like a hard, you have to update before I can play anything, which really sucks. You know, it sucks. I wanted, right when something finally came out I wanted to watch, this Chris Rock thing, and I can't watch it. But me, I'm a tourist. Where is the nearest restroom? San Franciscans. Down the corner, out in the street. Down on the corner, out in the street. Down on the corner, out in the street. What's that song? I know that song. It's a song. Bureau of Imaginary Problems, Climate Change Division. Rock always goes hard. Rock. Oh, Chris Rock? Yeah, I know. I've watched clips and it's pretty good. Maybe we'll show Ben Shapiro had him on his show, so maybe I'll pull up his clips at the end of the show. When you're watching the news and yet another of your theories comes true. I served Facebook jail time for saying that 3 months ago. What the? Yep. He takes off his glasses. The View. Puts on his glasses. Angry Beavers. It's the Angry Beavers. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, man. Be careful, fellas. Those Snapchat filters will get you every time. Damn. Damn! Excuse me. Mom's advice. Be kind to yourself and others. Dad's advice. The elites don't want you to know this, but the ducks at the park are free. You can take them home. What's up, stubborn one? All right. Dragon Ball Legends. Guys, I have a clip for this one. We got to play the clip first, and we'll talk about... Hold on. I kind of already spoiled it. Let's play this clip. So, this weekend, and we'll talk about this real quick. This weekend was the Dragon Ball Super card game, which is this card game I play. My cards are falling over. This card game I play with these cards. I've streamed the tournaments before. Fun game, competitive game, high IQ game. And they had the World's Championship this weekend was in Vegas. And I wanted to go down there because they had a last chance qualifier event. If you could win the last chance qualifier, you could make it to Worlds. Anyway, Worlds came down to 8 players from all over the world. 4 of them were from America. These 2 American guys, Marcus Cantarsi and Robert Ricci, or Marcus Cantarsi and Andrew Duvall, were traveling all around the world, mopping the floor with the competition everywhere. They went to Australia for the Australian Nationals. They both topped first and second place in the American Nationals, first and second place in the Australian Nationals, and then they went to another country too for their nationals, and they topped that, but they didn't get first and second place. But anyway, so the American or the World's tournament had 4 American players. I would say the 4 best players in the world before yesterday. I can't really say that currently now anymore. But the 4 American players and then an Asian person, an Italian person, like a Spanish person, a Latin American person. There were 4 people from other places in the world. There were 4 Americans. In the first round, each of the 4 Americans got paired up against each of the 4 people from the other places. All 4 Americans lost in the first round of Dragon Ball Super Card Games World. It was very upsetting, especially since this game, even though it's a Japanese game, it came to America first. So the biggest community is in America. And the Americans have always dominated the game for 5 years now. And this is the first year that the Americans got caught slacking. And all the Americans were out in the first round. And it was very upsetting. But anyway, after the tournament, they did a demonstration because this was at Dragon Ball Battle Hour in Vegas. And so it was everything was on display. All the Dragon Ball toys and video games that are coming out, the card game, Dragon Ball Legends, which is a game on an app. So anyway, after the card game ended, they went to the Dragon Ball Legends part of the show where they're talking about the app game. So they have this artist, this Japanese artist. They said a professional Japanese artist came out, and she's going to do a display for us of the Dragon Ball Legends power. Let's watch this clip. Oh, no. This is in Vegas at the Dragon Ball Battle Hour. Everything Dragon Ball for a whole weekend. I wish I could have went. She's writing Dragon Ball Legends. The name of the game is Dragon Ball Legends. Perfect. And all right, you're kind of running out of space. She also, the whole Dragon Ball word at the top here sucks. It's like she ran out of space at the end. She's getting low on space. She's got to fit a D and an S in there. She's got to fit a D in that space. Here it comes. You're going to have to do a small D. You got to fit a small D in that space. Wait. No. 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 Oh, this poor lady. Oh, the poor lady. Oh, no. She's done? No, you can't be done. No, you can't be done. No, don't say it isn't so. Say it isn't so. Yes, guys. So unfortunately, in Japan, they don't put a lot of value on the English language. No, poor lady. Oh no, that's rough. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. And it just all looks bad. This N, if you watched her paint the whole thing, when she did this G and this O and this N, and then you're like, no, she doesn't have space. She's gonna run out of space. So she just did like a weird A that isn't really an A. And then when she missed the D, she totally missed the D. Someone needs to give this woman the D. It's sad. Anyway, let's move on. Official footage of DC as soon as Gon got tapped. Oh no. Let me put this down here. This is not art. I agree. Arguing with me is pointless. I knew I was wrong 10 minutes ago. I'm just trying to make you mad now. Facts. All right. Next one. 15 seconds after saying she don't need no man. Honey, can you open up this pickle jar? I don't know what that is. I'm not going to say that word. Where's the fun in beating someone when he's weak? Wait for him to be at his best and then leave him lying in the dust. Let's go. Approximately 40 years ago, Tom Jones wrote a song called She's a Lady, despite the fact that he's not a biologist. Wow. They need to cancel him for that. He can't be saying what a lady is. Whoa, she's the lady. Mama, she's a lady. Meme of the day. Stop giving me your toughest battles. They're stairs, Joe. That's Joe and Jesus. Joe ain't never talked to no Jesus. That ain't never happened before. Yo, there it is. There it is. That's the moment that will live in infamy. That is the moment that will live in infamy right there. Like 30 seconds into the first round, Cyril got, and if there was any doubt in your mind, by the way, UFC 285 review, I might as well give my fast review right now. Great fight card all day long, epic fights, just consistently. And we had a cool battle of the minds in the middle of it, so that was cool too. But the Shevchenko fight, she lost. It was sad. My girl lost. Shevchenko is not the queen anymore. It had to happen eventually. Nobody can stay on top indefinitely. Everybody's going to get older. Eventually, the young bloods are going to take them out. Shevchenko got taken out. She wants an immediate rematch against Alexa Grasso. Shevchenko went for a kick at close range, kind of missed and spun around a bit, and instantly Grasso was bare like a dang old boa constrictor on the neck, on the back, took the neck, dropped her with a rear naked choke, ended the fight. Shevchenko lost her belt. Arguably the GOAT of the women's division. Shevchenko lost the belt to Grasso. A good fighter too. If anybody was going to take it, that's what I thought was going to take it. And then this fight right here, Cyril Gane versus John Jones. John Jones for his return after 3 years, technically undefeated in 22 fights. He has one loss that he lost due to a disqualification for 12-6 elbows. But even his opponent, Matt, I can't remember his last name, said that John Jones won that fight. Everybody agrees John Jones won that fight. So let's say 22-0. 22-0, leaves the UFC for 3 years, comes back a weight class higher, up to heavyweight from middle heavyweight, taking on a great heavyweight fighter, Cyril Gane, and just demolishing him in the first round with a simple guillotine, with a neck crank. It was a guillotine. The guillotine wasn't tight under the chin, but then he just threw in the neck crank and just cranked it to all hell. Cyril Gane tapped in the first round. John Jones walks around saying like this, and Cyril Gane just looking around like, what just happened to me? The fight was mad because it ended so quick, you know. Fans are talking about why every Dragon Ball female fighter ends up becoming a housewife, and the next victim might be Mai. Dragon Ball faces criticism for confining female characters to housewives roles. Or Akira Toriyama is just super based and he understands the rightful place of the woman. Even though this is an android, well, she got wished to be a human, so she is a human now. But she has like planet level destruction powers. She could destroy a planet, but she's still going to take care of Krillin's baby. That's what she's supposed to do. Videl's not as strong as Android 18, but or Bayteen as they call her. But Videl's pretty strong too. Android 18 though, they're both taking care of the babies as they should be. There's Trump. He says China, and they say, yeah. Women taking their shirt off and throwing them at him. China. Let's go. NASA wants to put the first woman on the moon in 2024. Why? Does it need cleaning? Happy Women's History Month. Let's go. It is dirty up there. Look at all the dust. Look at all that dust on the moon. You get a woman up there to clean that up. But that's it for the memes, guys. That's all for the memes. All right. China. What's up, Floor? How you doing? Floor, you wanted to call in the Discord and give us updates on Guatemalan geopolitics? Or maybe give us a woman's perspective on what you think of the Hersheys situation with women. Do you agree with that? Do you consider yourself a TERF? Because I don't think you agree with that. And I don't think you would consider yourself a TERF. He said doesn't need cleaning. Yeah. All right. If anybody, you know what I'll do? If you want my Discord thing, you can just call me on Discord. So it's just a one-on-one call. That's my little, add me as a friend on Discord. Call me up. That's what's up. Or you can call me. So I did the UFC 285 review during that. I did the Battle Hour review during that. We kind of already, we'll save that for the end, I guess. I kind of already touched on that, but what's your opinion on the moon landing? I don't think we landed on the moon in the 60s. I don't believe it. And I have answered that question many, 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 many times. I've said that tons of times. I don't believe the moon landings were legit. I've told you that plenty of times, Flat Sabbath. So, no. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't think we ever landed on the moon. I think since then, we've developed the technology to do it. I think maybe we, I don't know. Maybe we don't. I don't know. But I definitely don't think we landed on it in the late 60s, early 70s. I think those landings were faked to win a geopolitical war, the space race. Yeah. Interesting. Why is that interesting? You think that just because I don't trust NASA and I don't believe in the moon landings, that I have to think the world is flat? No. Wrong. Because NASA didn't tell anybody that the world is flat. That's not where that information came from. So that's a dumb. I'm white and slow. Yeah. I think NASA's getting a lot of funding, and I think they're using it for satellites and space stations for the modern space war that's going to be happening. I think it's we don't because we can't. That's why they faked it. Yeah, I think by now maybe we can. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Elon has said he's working on it, but Elon said we're not able to get out of low Earth orbit. Obama has said that. Elon has said that. So that's why I don't believe in the moon landing. The only reason I question it is because China and Russia have also had manned moon landing missions. So if America lied about it, then China and Russia also have to be lying about it, which means those three groups, as far as space travel go, are all in cahoots. They're all working together. Because if just America lied, China and Russia would expose that we lied. But if America was not able to do it, and then Russia and China were not able to do it, then we're all lying, and they're all working together on that lie, which I think is plausible. So, yeah, the moon landing is very questionable. I'm not 100%. I'll leave like maybe 4% of unsurety. Maybe they did. I don't know. I just know they would have the trajectory. Nobody's going to throw away the trajectory data, on the most important mission ever in the history of the world. That's just dumb. Can easily believe they'd be all in on it together. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. I'm like 95% sure we never landed on the moon. I'll leave 5% for I don't know. But I'm 155,000 million% sure the world is round. Like, there's not even a doubt in my mind. And I've tried to be converted to a flurf. I just can't. It's just not. Nope. Doesn't add up. Doesn't work out. Let me open these. Rapid fire news stories. Got some interesting stuff. Got some reels from Facebook. Not much better than a TikTok or a short, but at least it's not on TikTok. And you know, I don't mind people watching shorts and laughing at stuff, but just don't be using shorts to get your information. You late, Robbie? You late? If anybody, I put my Discord, I pinned it. If anybody wants to call direct, you can call me. We'll do one call at a time. So it's not just people in the chat room just popping off. I think Hersheys did the biggest insult to women. Now, as a woman, I have to accept dudes that will need to accept either men make fun of us or men dressing up as us. Yep. Men make fun of us or men dressing up as us. I mean, we're going to make fun of you. That's going to happen. General in the house. Everyone stand up. Debunk a flat earth live. I've already done it. I've already done it multiple times. You got to watch more. You got to watch more and then you'll see it. All right, let's watch some of these funny videos and then we'll do our rapid fire news. All right. That was a really weak. I wish someone will take his or her time to celebrate the fact that we women are able to carry life. We don't need to prove we're better or worse. We should be celebrated to have one gift we are blessed to have. Yeah. You make babies. You make babies. You should be celebrated for that. Unfortunately, a lot of women today don't care about that. They're not like Chelsea Handler just made a TikTok about how it's great to be a single woman. She has time to climb Mount Everest and blah, 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 blah. You know, there's nothing she'd rather have. If women showed more concern with getting with decent men and making children, then maybe men would show them more respect. And not wanting to, you know, it's not a contest, it's a cooperation. Caught a guy smoking at work. He told me they make Fent perks a little pink, so when you want to do dangerous. A little Fent perks a little pink. What do you mean by that? Yeah, I know they've been putting it in the, and that's crazy when they're putting it in uppers. That kills people. If their Fent perks is just like a fake Percocet with fentanyl in it, and generally people who are smoking those have built up a tolerance over time. But if you're a coke addict and you go to do fentanyl and you go and think you're doing an upper, you've only ever done coke before, and you do fentanyl for your first time doing an opiate, you're dead. It's not good. Yeah, it's a problem. Right, Dean. Right. Well, that's because of this whole feminist movement, women's empowerment, and the handsmaid tale and stuff. We'll talk about that in the last segment. But let's play this. Let's play this little video. Where is my right here? Nope. This is what I want. This is what I want. Let's watch this. There's a woman freaking out at a Planet Fitness. Women's History Month. Let's go. Damn, she's climbing over the desk. From Daily Mail. Want to touch me? They said she just walked in off the street, by the way. I think she's going to come back. I think she's coming back. Oh, no. They're just playing it again. No, yeah, she's back now. Damn! Woo! She threw wood chips at the window and the atrium. Maybe that's his girlfriend. She mad at that guy. Dang. Yo. All right. Now here's where the ladies are going to get mad. Honestly, she should have caught a boom. She should have been dropped like a sack of potatoes as soon as she started putting her hands on him like that. Nope. You going down, lady. Nope. You learn too much your whole life that you can hit on men and act like a man and nothing happens. Guess what? You put your hands on a man, you're going down. I would have dropped her. Everybody's like, because either way, you push her away, you're still going to jail for hitting her. You hear she said, he hit me. Should have put her to sleep. Maybe you don't punch her in the face. Maybe you just throw her in a sleeper hold real quick. Boom. just take her down. Don't hit a man unless you want to get hit like a man. Oh, man. She should have been put to sleep. Yeah, you don't even got to hit him. You don't even got to hit her. Just a quick sleeper hold. And then put him down. Like John Jones did to Cyril Gahn. You just get that one arm under the chin. You lock it in. Put the arm behind the head. Take a few steps back and then drop and put your weight down on them. They're going to sleep. She doesn't look like a member. Let's move on. Chris Brown yeets fans' phone during a show. I think this is copyright music, but this is pretty funny. It's gross. All these men dancing on this woman. It's super feminine. This is music, what they do to you, but it's kind of funny. He just chucked her phone. They're going to show more. Phone gone. Look. So he gave her multiple warnings. Here she is on the stage. She's alone. He's going to take her phone out of her hand and set it on her lap. Now she's back on her phone. And phone's gone. I think that's funny. I think it's gross. They're all dancing on her like that. And Chris Brown's kind of weird. But I still think it's funny. He chucked her phone into the abyss of the crowd. She got it back at the end of the show.
That was honestly so much scarier than what I could ever imagine.
I just want to show this because this is crazy. This is just a crazy. He's going to launch off the edge of this. Someone should have threatened her with a salad. You see the bus driver give an uppercut to a lady? You want to act like a man, you're going to get treated like a man. Facts. Nah, I think in most cases you don't got to punch them. You could just do a choke out. Just put them to sleep. You know, you're going to sleep. Either way, you're going down quick. I would not have been letting that lady smack up in my face and all that throwing stuff at me. Nah, you're going to sleep, lady. Take a nap.
Because it's so narrow. Like if you go off it, it's like falling off a cliff. Like you're just off the side.
That's crazy.
I'm not doing this ever again after this one.
You got to watch it. I'm going to let it play through and then just let the beginning play again so you can see him fall off the first time.
Go there.
Boom, got it. Barely.
Yes! Holy fuck.
Barely got it. Here's the first one. Boom! Damn. See that?
Oh, mate.
That's crazy. That would be fun, though. All right. Let's do some rapid fire news. She probably would have ate the salad. Yeah, then she would have won in seconds. Seattle judge releases gang member accused of mass shooting to home detention with his grandmother. This kid shot up William Tolliver was in jail more than 3 years before being granted pretrial release. And now he's going to get out of jail and go stay with his grandma on house arrest before going to trial for his murder in a mass shooting. You think he's going to stick around? Let's take bets. Let's take bets on if William Tolliver shows up for court. Charged with murder related to a mass shooting in 2020. Was released. Oh, and by the way, he black. Now, I've never heard of a white mass shooter being released awaiting their trial date. Just saying. But yeah, this guy got released. Yeah, he sat in county for 3 years, and then he got released waiting for trial. You think he's going to make it to court? What do you guys say? Was charged with first-degree murder and 6 counts of first-degree assault, as well as unlawful possession of a firearm. January 2020 shooting. The shooting unfolded outside of McDonald's and left 1 woman dead and 6 others injured. So this guy got let out on bail to go to his mom's house with an ankle bracelet, and they think he's going to show up for court. Good luck. Good luck. What's next? Dragon Ball Super superhero staff revealed production team was unhappy with decision to animate films solely using 3D CGI. So I guess they were mad about the animation in the movie, which is one of the best animes ever. I kind of agree. I liked it. As far as the animation went, the CGI stuff was cool, but I don't know if it should have been solely CGI. I know you guys don't care about this stuff. Number of questionable business decisions regarding their properties. Look no further than the nightmarish treatment of Saint Seiya. Seems the company's resulting production woes have finally started to affect arguably their biggest franchise, Dragon Ball. So, yeah, it was all computer generated, but it looked good. It looked good. CGI like cell shading art. Anyway, I know you guys don't care about that. Let's keep going. YouTube fans unfollow popular creator after recent video features ads for Hogwarts Legacy. Utterly disappointing. So, update on the Hogwarts Legacy boycott, which epically failed, and people are still crying about it. A popular food YouTuber is in hot water with fans after posting a Hogwarts Legacy sponsored video. The video game has divided gamers and Harry Potter fans since its release because of the association with the anti-trans views of Harry Potter's author, J.K. Rowling. Andrew Ray, who goes by Babish on his channel Binging with Babish, built his subscriber base to 10 million followers by recreating dishes and meals from popular culture. His most popular videos include making the Ratatouille from Ratatouille, the Krabby Supreme from SpongeBob, and Jake's Perfect Sandwich from Adventure Time. The video that has fans up in arms is a new Harry Potter adjacent English breakfast that begins and ends with ads for Hogwarts Legacy. As is the case with many ads on the platform, YouTubers don't necessarily always have control over what plays before their video starts. But in this case, Babbage is shown reading a script for the video game, so it's a sponsored video. It was a sponsored video by Hogwarts Legacy where he did a Hogwarts meal. Comments in the video are mostly positive, but that's saying that moderators probably deleted the negative comments. Let's see what they're saying on Reddit and Twitter. When I woke up this morning, I didn't know it would be the last time I watched Binging with Babbage. Here we are. Oh, darn. Utterly disappointing, but I will not be wasting eyeballs on someone who takes money from fascists. Let's go. Yeah, well, guess I unfollowed Babbage. Unsubscribed from Binging with Babbage for taking turf wizard money. At least he has a getaway to J. Kenji Lopez alt, who will never betray me. What? Why did you decide to use that enormous platform to support such vile hate? Do you not have enough money as it is? Yeah, it's okay. Conservatives cry about this game too. While the last 7 years have changed my life entirely, and now I have 10 million people to thank for it from the bottom of the hearts. Everyone here at BCU, thank you. So anyway, they're coming for another guy because he did a Hogwarts Legacy video. What's up, RB? You watch Dragon Ball Z? That's what's up. It's a great show. Why this keep happening? They're going to ruin it. Why does this keep happening to good animes? The CGI stuff? Yeah, I know. I agree. Not just white women, my bad. Rip Gary Rosington. I watched Dragon Ball Z. What's up, name? Hey, RB. Hope you are winning your fight. What's this fight? I'm not sure. But anyway, maybe it's something personal. Let's keep going. Eminem is the only top 5 rapper because he's white, says Melly Mel. Melly Mel says Eminem's the only top 5 rapper because he's white. Listen, I've heard this before from Charlemagne the Fraud and Lord Jamar and all these other whack dudes who can't rap, and so they do talking instead. but they still pretend like they're rappers and they're cool with the rappers. Let me explain something to you, Melly Mel. Eminem is in the top 5. Eminem is the greatest rapper alive because of the complexity and the technicality of his lyrics. His similes, his metaphors, his cadence constantly changing. It's never monotonous. It's never the same style. It's never the same flow. It's constantly changing. He's the fastest. He's the most technical. He's got the largest catalog of high quality music. You could find mixtape rappers with more of a bigger catalog, but a lot of it's very low quality, gritty, just, garage band type stuff. He's aged like fine wine. Everything constantly gets more complex and more difficult with the lyrics. He tells stories with his lyrics. He conveys points with his lyrics. He shows emotion with his lyrics better than Cpac did. He tells stories with his lyrics better than Slick Rick did. His similes and metaphors are on par with Lil Wayne. His technicality is on par with Tech Nine and Immortal Technique and Twisted Insane and Twista and Bone Thugs. His flow, his speed, his delivery, it's impeccable. So that's why he's a top 5 rapper, in my opinion, greatest rapper alive. Regardless of what I think of him as a person, as an artist, as a lyricist, he is the greatest, and has nothing to do with it. But you're right, Melly Mel. It is probably because he's white, because white people are better at writing complex words and, vocabulary, IQ, a lot of this composition and metaphors and things like this. White people are generally going to be better at that. So maybe he's right. Maybe Melly Mel is white, right. Maybe he is the best because he's white. But I think what he's implying is that he's the best because white people started listening to rap music and they like Eminem. But he's wrong. He's wrong. He's wrong. Mom Spaghetti. Eminem has Trump ranges, probably. And yes, he probably is autistic a little bit. All right, let's move on. Mayor Lightfoot loses re-election bid, takes 3rd place in primary vote. Lori's gone. Beetlejuice is out. Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot from Breitbart has failed to secure enough votes to advance to the runoff on Tuesday, losing her bid for a 2nd term in office, according to an Associated Press projection. So it's not official. It's based off of projection, but I'm pretty sure it has been. She's done for. Lightfoot's loss set up former Chicago Public Schools CEO Paul Vallis, Democrat, and Cook County Commissioner Brandon Johnson, Democrat, for a head-to-head face-off in the runoff election April 4th. So she's the mayor of Chicago. For mayor, and this is the same thing that happened in Salt Lake City, our mayor options was 2 Democrat women. So in Chicago, now in replacement of Lori Lightfoot, you have 2 Democrat men. At least it's better than 2 Democrat women. But why for mayor can there be 2 males? Or I mean 2 Democrats? Shouldn't there be 1 Democrat, 1 Republican? Or is there just no Republicans running? Or these cities so corrupt that no Republican has a chance of even getting in there? It's kind of weird. For a head-to-head face-off, Lightfoot's first term in office was marked by the coronavirus pandemic and a massive increase in crime. Lori has had her chance since Lori Lightfoot has been in office. It seems like crime has gotten worse. 45-year-old Chicago resident Lionel Jolly told the Associated Press in 2022, Lightfoot Chicago recorded 723 murders, a 95% increase in vehicle thefts, a 50% increase in theft, a 10% increase from the previous year in burglary and robbery. The crime wave has continued into 2023 as the first homicide of the year occurred just 90 minutes into the new year. In addition, the first 22 days of 2023 saw a significant increase in crime, as Breitbart News reported. So crime's out of control. Lori Lightfoot, she gone. She gone. Kiss her goodbye. Say goodbye to Beetlejuice. She a lesbian. She got a white wife. Say goodbye to Lori. Bye. Hope to not hear from her again. Marshall Mathers is on the flight log, supposedly. Damn it. Eminem is Eminem white or is he a rapper? I don't think you're allowed to be both, can you? According to Dave Chappelle, he was claimed by the black people. We get Tiger Woods though, because you can't be black and play golf. Duh. New York City mayor says Lori Lightfoot's loss in Chicago is a warning sign for the country. These evil white supremacists are coming for you guys. New York City Mayor Eric Adams on Sunday brushed aside the suggestion that Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot's re-election loss was merely a warning sign for Democratic mayors, instead of calling it a warning sign for the country at large. I showed up at crime scenes. I knew what New Yorkers were saying, and I saw it all over the country. I think, if anything, it is really stating that this is what I have been talking about. America, we have to be safe, Adam told CNN's Dana Bash on a State of the Union. So she's saying the concern over crime is we're going to see a big change in the nation because people are tired of the crime. Adams was reelected mayor in 2021 after a campaign focused on public safety and combating rising crime. Lightfoot, who was first elected in 2019, lost her reelection bid last week, failing to make one of two runoff spots. Chicago is now the third major city in recent years with a mayoral election that has tested attitudes among a heavily Democratic electorate toward crime and policing. Violence in Chicago spiked, and though shootings and murders have decreased since then, other crimes, including theft, carjacking, robberies, and burglaries, have increased since last year, according to Chicago police. Mayors, we're closest to the problem, Adams said Sunday, calling public safety a prerequisite to prosperity in American cities. We are focused on public safety because people want to be safe. Adam was asked Sunday about criticism for some Democrats who say his rhetoric on crime hurts the party and helps Republicans. The polls were clear. New Yorkers felt unsafe, and the numbers showed that they were unsafe, he told Bash. Now, if we want to ignore what everyday public is stating, then that's up to them. I'm on the subways. I walk the streets. I speak to everyday working class people, and they were concerned about safety. So, New York City mayor says that the crime thing is a warning sign for the country. So, I don't know if he's any better. We shall see. Let's keep it going. Turns out we got trauma in the Middle East. We got trauma in the Middle East right now. Big surprise. That talks about it in Revelation, but you quickly realize that there's always drama in the Middle East, and there always will be forever. But let's watch this. That would not be good. So this is in Israel, I believe. Here, in Tel Aviv, March 4th, from Reuters, tens of thousands of protesters took the streets in Israeli cities for the 9th straight week on Saturday to fight a government plan to overhaul the country's court system. Saturday night's demonstrations in Tel Aviv and other locations began peacefully. However, footage released by police later showed protesters breaking down barriers in Tel Aviv and igniting flares as they blocked roads. Police sprayed water cannons at the protesters. I came to demonstrate against the regime revolution, which the Israeli government forced upon us, 53-year-old history teacher Ronan Cohen told Reuters. I hope that the huge demonstration will affect and prove that we are not going to give up. They're mad about the Jews taking over, the Horklump Jews. They're mad about them making that the capital, or what? The marches have attracted huge crowds on a weekly basis since January, when Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government took aim at the Supreme Court. Yeah, they're trying to clamp down and tighten it up, and people are mad. The protesters oppose legislation that Netanyahu and his right-wing and religious allies hope to pass that would limit the Supreme Court's powers to rule against legislature and the executive, while giving lawmakers decisive powers in appointing judges. Proponents say the Supreme Court needs to be reined in from overreaching into the political sphere. Critics say the plan will weaken the courts and endanger civil liberties and harm the economy, along with ties with Western allies. So Netanyahu's, I thought he was out, but they're trying to tighten it up down there. Little bit more authoritarianism, just a bit. We got to be a little stricter. We need to get back to our Christian roots, and they need to get back to their Jewish roots, which is great for them. The Muslim countries need to stay with their Muslim roots, as they're doing, and all the countries just need to stick to their religious roots. Unfortunately, Israel is slipping away. They're trying to tighten it back up, and the people don't like that. They've gotten too used to the liberalism. Hey, thank you, Dean. Where'd the audio go? All right, the audio cut out. There we go. It's back.
I don't think they should change the regime, and basic democratic laws and separation of powers is very important, and they want to cut the judicial independence, and I think
commie fist. Big surprise, there's a commie fist as they talk about democracy. Remember, democracy is the father of socialism. Socialism is the father of communism. So that they're all downstream of each other. Democracy leads to socialism, leads to communism. And of course, we have the commie fists. We have the communist fists there. They got commies in Israel too. They're spreading all over the world. The globalism is spreading. Everybody wants free handout. Everybody wants equity in outcomes, equality in outcomes, and make sure everybody's fair and everything's equal. Destroy the hierarchy. Down with the patriarchy. Down with the patriarchy. Women's Month, feminism. Down with the patriarchy.
I think it's very dangerous. Besides, what's very dangerous is the way this government is treating Palestinians and the fact that it wants to annex the big parts of the West Bank. It's very extreme, nationalist, racist,
racist. It's nationalist. It's racist. Based.
Religious, even fascist government.
It's fascist. It's nationalist. It's racist. All the cis, all the isms. And there you go. There's the ladies in Israel leading the commies with the handsmaids. The handsmaids are there. Of course they are. I'm sure you have BLM there. I'm sure you got the LGBTQ there. And of course, leading the Marxists ahead is the women, because they were so easily tricked into falling for this equality and this equity. Not all. But most. And when I say but most, I mean but most. 80% of women vote for abortion. So that means at least 30% of those women are conservative, quote unquote, claiming to be conservative, but then they still go in and vote for abortion. Some of the most based women, or women that I think are based, like there's this one girl on my Facebook. I thought she was so based because she was always talking out against abortion. And then one day I was talking about abortion. And somebody's like, well, you got to agree that in rape, it's always necessary to have abortion. And I said, no, it's very simple. You don't punish an innocent child with death because of a crime that an evil man commit. You chop his thing off and then you put him under the jail, right? You don't kill the baby. That's horrible. And this girl who supposedly, well, I thought she was based, jumps in my comment section and starts saying, you can't really believe that. You're not going to make an underage child have a baby, carry a baby to term. But I was like, I thought you was based and against abortion. Well, in this situation, it's blah, 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 blah. No. You give them the inch, they take the mile. So-called conservative women. You give them the inch to take the mile. And then the same girl was like, I do believe some people are born in the wrong body as far as gender goes. I don't believe in the they, them stuff. And this is the whole new conservative stuff, eating up the Aiden Ross and the Jeffree Star. They talk about they, thems, and it's like the conservatives eat it up. Oh, we got one on our team now. We got a drag queen on the conservative side now because they don't like they, them pronouns. No, it's not going to fly. It's not going to fly. So here's the handsmaids, ladies. We'll read about the handsmaid tale later tonight. Brain rotting minds of women into believing in an equality and an equity that has never existed and never will exist. Let's keep going. And they're in Israel. What are they doing in Israel? The damn handsmaid commies. All right. Last but not least, in the rapid fire news, we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about Desantis. And these bills, he's got some like anti-free speech he's been doing. What the left is calling anti-free speech bills. So he's let's read this. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis likes to proclaim himself a defender of free speech, but time and time again he's looked to stifle, suppress, and silence speech. He's done it with his social media bill that limits the First Amendment rights of social media sites, with his Stop the Woke Act, which literally bars speech, and with his various retaliation bills against Disney for daring to criticize him. And a few weeks ago, he made it clear that he wanted to undermine a core bedrock First Amendment Supreme Court case arguing that the finding in the New York Times versus Sullivan should be done away with. We've already explained why that ruling is so important, because without it, powerful politicians like Desantis would be able to constantly tie up critics in court with slap suits. So, the bill that we're talking about, here's the original draft of the bill. This is 951, and then this is the updated draft of the bill. Basically, what the bill is about media companies not being able to slander politicians. Because it affects elections. Basically, I would think is the argument. Like when they call Trump a fascist, when they call DeSantis homophobic, racist, fascist, Death Santis because of COVID things and blah, blah, blah in the media, then these politicians should be able to shut up these people, which is considered fascist. And a lot of people hear that word fascist and they think, oh, it's evil, it's fascist. Listen, no, it's part of the political spectrum. I'm sure everybody has some fascist views. There's some things that you think need to be controlled. We need to put a handle on these things. And not all fascism is tyrannical. So you can have good fascism. True story. You can. And this is an example of that. If the media is able to freely defame politicians and affect elections, then those politicians should be able to sue. So that's one of these things. An act relating to defamation, providing legislator findings, amending S770 FS, providing that venue is proper in any country in the state for certain defamation cases of action, amending, conforming provisions to change made by the act, providing that certain plaintiffs are entitled to reasonable costs and attorney fees, providing that a person is not a public figure for purposes of a defamation claim if his or her fame or notoriety arises in a specific manner, providing that a failure to take certain action is evident of actual malice, providing a certain assumption, amending, revising the parties to whom a court shall award certain attorney fees and costs, providing effective data. Here's a summary of the newer bill, because they said this one, he didn't even like this one. This one didn't go far enough. So he went farther with HB 991, which I have right here. A quick explanation of it. So defamation, false light, and unauthorized publication of name or likeness. Defamation, false light, and unauthorized publication of name or likeness provides that a journalist's privilege does not apply to defamation claims when defendant is professional journalist or media entity. Revises provisions concerning venue for certain actions. Provides for attorney fees and costs to prevailing plaintiffs in certain actions. Specifies certain persons may not be considered public figures. Provides certain allegations are defamatory per se. Provides statutory damages to prevailing plaintiffs who are subject of such allegations. Creates presumption that statement by anonymous source is presumptively false. Provides public figure does not need to show actual malice to prevail in a defamation action. So it's all about being able to sue for defamation if a media company is talking crap about you, which media companies have these protections. The same way social media companies have has been subsidized under Section 230. They have protections from being sued by people on their platforms. But when you get that, you shouldn't be allowed to remove certain things. You have to be fair and have everything. So these journalist companies like CNN and stuff, they're opinionated and they're able to be opinionated, but shouldn't be able to lie about somebody if you're a mainstream media source. Banning people like Twitter did. But free speech advocates say Florida bill would silence elected officials' critics. So Florida House Republican introduced legislation Monday, and this is from truthout.org. Would make it easier for state officials such as censorship-happy Governor Ron DeSantis to sue for defamation, a measure that critics decried as a blatant attack on the freedom of free press, of the freedom of the press and free expression, with potentially sweeping indications. Filed by Florida State Representative Alex Andrade, laments that the U.S. Supreme Court's landmark ruling in New York Times v. Sullivan has foreclosed many meritorious defamation claims to the detriment of citizens of all walks of life. So because of this ruling in the Supreme Court in New York Times v. Sullivan, defamation cases against public officials have never been heard. And the public needs to hear that these cases are happening at the very minimum. Because if the media can talk trash about Trump and tell voters that Trump is a racist, fascist scumbag, and he can't sue them, Nobody can say nothing against it. If you say they're wrong, you get banned. If he tries to sue them, it doesn't ever get heard in court because of this precedent that's been set with Times for Sullivan. So they need to get rid of this so that at least even if the politician doesn't win the case, the person being sued needs to pay for my court fees, or we need to come to a settlement or something like that, and it needs to be in the public eye. The public needs to see that you're slandering me and this isn't true, and you're just a scumbag reporter or media person or whoever you may be. So I don't know. This stuff's kind of deep. I'd have to spend a lot more time looking into it, but it seems decent. I'm thinking, they've taken this whole First Amendment protection and this free speech stuff. They've taken it too far. It's time to crack down. So I'm with it. I'll send it to her. Have you checked out the video of this Transformers doing a show for mothers and babies? It's bizarre. I've seen a bunch of them, Floor, and they're kind of gross. So I don't want. It's not my regular Saturday morning cartoon slot that I put in drag queens dancing for kids. But yes, I have seen a lot of that stuff in Texas, in Seattle, in Portland, in California. Yeah, it's gross. It's a mess. Let's see. Oh, did I close that one article? We'll read one more article about it. Florida's anti-political blogging bill is just as crazy as it sounds. He also made another bill about no anti-Semitic stuff. He doesn't want to see anti-Semitic stuff. I don't know about all that, but because a lot of those hate crimes are fake, as we saw with Jussie Smollett and all the people were running around putting swastikas all over college campuses. Come to find out, it's like Antifa doing it. So I don't know about all that, but blogging bill is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis touts his fiefdom as the free state of Florida. Just don't try writing anything about the state's politicians on the internet. Florida State Senator Jason Broder filed legislation this week that would effectively force any blogger that writes about Florida Governor Ron DeSantis or any member of the Florida cabinet or legislator to file registration paperwork with the state or face fines. See, now I'm thinking this article's Daily Beast. I'm thinking this article is taking it too far. Like, I doubt that. I doubt that's in the bill at all. And I just had the bill open, but the legislation Senate bill. Oh, this is a different one. Let's see if they'll take me to it. Information dissemination, SB 1316. Information dissemination, deleting a provision requiring a judicial notice of sale to be published for a specific time frame on a publicly accessible website, specifying that a government agency may use the public website of a county to publish legally required advertisements and public notice if the cost for such publication is not paid by or recovered from a person, requiring bloggers to register with the Office of Legislative Services or the Commission on Ethics as applicable within a specified time frame, authorizing a magistrate to enter a final order determining the reasonableness of circumstances of an untimely filing or a fine amount. Bloggers. Requiring bloggers to register with the office. Does it mean, I think it means specifically bloggers on a public website of a county to publish legally required advertisements. I think it's requiring specifically to these certain types of bloggers. I doubt it's like every blogger needs to apply for something. I don't know. I think they were kind of twisting the interpretation of the bill. But I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a huge legal guy on understanding the bills and stuff. So, dang, we lost the article. Oh, now we can't read it. Unlock, subscribe now, unlock article. I'm giving you no credit card. Ain't gonna happen. Daily Beast. All right, but yeah. So, multiple bills by DeSantis. DeSantis is kind of going bill crazy right now. And I think it's good. I think he's trying to tighten up Florida. We shall see how it works out, how it turns out. Gonna be interesting. Russell Brand Russell Brand, yeah, I talked about that. He was on Bill Maher. He was kind of roasting Bill Maher. Let me see. I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to play a bit of some Daily Wire just so you guys can watch these Chris Rock clips while I'm gone. Ben Shapiro had the clips on his show. So I'll let you guys see that while I go take one more quick break before the end of the show. The last little bit where we'll talk about the Handmaid's Tale. We'll talk about, for Women's History Month, what happened to the conservative movement, feminism. Yeah, kind of just the same through lines that we've been talking about. How like guys like Jeffree Star can say they them is bad, and now all of a sudden that's a conservative. Now all of a sudden that's a conservative hero. We got our token drag queen, and just all the mess. And then we'll do a little Bible thumping. We'll look at Ephesians 5:22 through 24, and 1 Timothy 2:7 through 15. Special verses, Bible thumping for Women's History Month. I'm sure the ladies are gonna love it. And that's not speech. Also, this transgender, the transgender stuff is not free speech. I agree. And they're saying that they're saying if a Christian lawmaker passes a bill to restrict kids drag queen shows, that's a Christian nationalist who's threatening free speech. Nah. See, if that's the games that they're going to play, then we just got to lean into this stuff and go harder. If that's the games they're going to play, we're threatening free speech by trying to protect children from drag queens, then you know what? Screw it. We need to go all in. F free speech. No more free speech. Guess what? Free speech is over. You had your chance, America. We tried the free speech thing. It didn't work out because it was only supposed to be for a moral and religious, homogenous culture. It was not meant to be with all this mess, all these people whose speech does not fit into our culture and our nationality and our national religion. It doesn't fit into our ideology as Americans. So it should not be allowed. Sorry about it. We tried the melting pot crap and it turned us into a commie Marxist country. No more. It's done. Let me find this Daily Wire, Chris Rock. I only pulling this up because I was trying to find clips earlier of it, and Ben Shapiro has the most clips, but it's tough to get Netflix stuff clipped. So, oh, and shoot, 2 hours ago this happened. Steven Crowder was on PBD on Valuetainment today, and I saw a thing about it earlier today that there was a big announcement. I got to watch it after the show. Steven Crowder was on Valuetainment today. That's what's up.
Or click the link. Comes for his revenge on Will Smith. Joe Biden.
All right, so this is it's like the first 5 episodes of his show. We're just gonna run this while I run to the restroom. Give me 1 second, guys. We go one, we'll go all. Beans and bullets. Crosstown couple. Nice. The food in the States is full of chemicals and hormones that have affected women's fertility and also ability to produce milk. Nestle, for example, loves doing that, so the need for the formula is high. Yep. Who else was telling me I needed to talk about Nestle soon? I already did a formula episode. It was my first episode. The ladies hated it. I've already been done a formula episode. But I'm not just going to blame that. I'm not going to blame that. I think it's more of a spiritual issue than a physical issue. The food and the breastfeeding, and we can blame the companies and the corporations and all this stuff, but nobody forced you to feed your kid breast milk. Nobody forced you to eat McDonald's every single day, 3 meals a day. Nobody forced you to do that stuff. It's bad for you, yes. Nobody forced me to smoke cigarettes. Nobody forced me to drink beer, which I've heard has negative effects on your testosterone. I haven't seen it personally, but maybe. Maybe you guys see it and I don't see it. But you can't use that excuse. Nobody forced you to do any of that stuff. It's a spiritual ailment, a national spiritual emergency, basically. We need God. We need to bring God back to this country, to the forefront, and all these other problems will fall away. Then we won't have people asking stupid questions about, do you support marital rape? People will realize that's not even. I'll explain it shortly. I'll explain why that's a gotcha question that a feminist liberal woman would ask. So we'll get to that in the next segment. Listen to this.
Equity and equality. I'm Ben Shapiro. This is The Ben Shapiro Show. Brand new net and smack Chris Rock full across the face while yelling at him to keep her name out of your effing mouth. Now, Chris Rock took that hit like a man and really said nothing about it for almost a year. Well, just before the Oscars, he now has a new Netflix special out in which he breaks his silence on that. And that is a notable headline. We'll get to that in a moment. But the most notable thing about what Chris Rock did is that he has now become just the latest comedian to go full anti-woke. Now, if you believe, as my friend and mentor Andrew Breitbart believed, that culture is upstream of politics, that what you see in the culture eventually bleeds its way down into how we do politics, then the woke revolution is coming, and that right quick for a lot of the folks on the woke left. You're starting to see this in Democratic Party circles as well. This is why Joe Biden has been gradually backing away like Homer Simpson into a bush from the wokies. But the fact is he can't do that because he is tied to them at the hip. He has incentivized them. He's brought them into his administration. And now he's going to take that ride with them. When all of the big comedians, almost all of them, have now come out and started ripping into wokeness, and that ranges from Louis C.K., who, by the way, was quasi-canceled and now is back on tour as popular as ever. When that is true of Chris Rock, when that is true of pretty much all of them, except for Hannah Gadsby, who isn't really a comedian, you got a problem on the left. When the comedians are now more aligned with the right than the left, not because they like the right, they hate the right, but because they look at the left and they say, I can't be anywhere near these people. They're too crazy. That is a serious problem for the Democratic Party in political terms. And again, they escaped the blade in 2022 because Republicans raided the local homeless shelter for candidates. But I do not think that they avoid the cultural consequences of their own radicalism for very much longer. So Netflix has now released this Netflix special. They did it with all sorts of fanfare. They had like a pre-show. They had like a post-show as though it were almost a sporting event. And he had a lot to say. He actually started his stand-up act saying that he was going to try to do a show without offending anybody. He says he doesn't know who's going to get triggered. And he went directly after wokeness. He's like, I'm all on board with the social justice and all that kind of stuff. But it used to be that if you wanted to take somebody's job, you actually had to be better at it than they were. Now you just wait for them to say the wrong thing. And this extended to his critiques in a wide variety of areas. It extended to his critique of Meghan Markle, for example. He went very, very hard after Meghan Markle because one of the things that he said during the special, Chris Rock, is we have now decided to glorify victims. It's one thing if you are a victim. It is another thing if you are a pretend victim. And we have decided that everyone in American society is now a victim. He sounds very much like a right-winger. He sounds like this show, Chris Rock here. Here's Chris Rock going after Meghan Markle.
That she went through was not racism. It was just some in-law. So she's complaining. I'm like, what the is she talking about? No, they're so racist. They wanted to know how brown the baby was going to be. They're so racist. They wanted to know how brown the baby's going to be. I'm like, that's not racist. Because even black people want to know how brown the baby going to be.
Okay, and he went off on this for a while. Again, this idea that everyone is a victim. He's like, no, you're not a victim. I'm sorry. And one of the things that he said is, I'm not a victim either. Right? So for a year, I basically took the Will Smith hit, and I didn't pretend that I was a victim. So in the middle of the special, he really goes off on Will Smith. I mean, really goes off on Will Smith. There's a lot of pent-up rage here from Chris Rock.
We all been cheated on. Everybody in here been cheated on. None of us have ever been interviewed by the person that cheated on us on television. None of us. It's like, hey, I was sucking somebody else's. How did that make you feel? She hurt.
Yeah, I need to watch this.
Him way more than he hurt me. Okay? Okay? And by the way, he does that. Everybody in the world called him a bitch. I tried to call the motherfucker, give him my condolences. He ain't pick up for me. Everybody called that man a bitch. Charlemagne called him a bitch. The Breakfast Club called him a bitch. Everybody.
My wife did her job. We never use formula. Add iron causes internal bleeding. Yep. Just don't say that stuff. I always thought daddy milk. That's gross, Dean. That's gross. Anyway. Captain Smith always. Thank you, Robbie. No way, Cody. That's interesting. I hope you guys live together soon. She loves you very much. That's nice. Oh, Cody's wife is a badass. Yep. Anyway, I don't know why Dean's talking about man milk for babies. That's kind of gross, Dean.
And who's he hit? Me. A know he could beat. That is some bitch.
Why don't you say any PDF style like that in other chats, Dean? Just in mine.
He was very.
You think that I think that's funny or something? I don't.
Very, very. And by the way, he also went after Jada. He said, Jada Pinkett Smith, she suggested that I shouldn't host the Oscars in 2016 because Will Smith.
All right, I think there's one more clip.
Go ahead.
Did they show two?
Now because they have no choice.
Yeah,
I mean, the inflation is.
He showed two clips. Okay. So yeah, Chris Rock. I want to watch that new special. Anyway, let's move on. Trump 2024, MAGA, the state of the conservative party. I already talked about that earlier. We got Jeffree Star now as a hero of the conservatives, Aiden Ross, people like this, slut makers, the alpha male community, that their whole message is about to have sex with as many women as possible and just discard them. So men are just as much to blame as women for the degradation of society. Diversity, feminism, all this stuff has been normalized. But as far as the women go, since it is Women's History Month, let's look at some interesting facts. And then I'm going to do some Bible thumping. And I'm not blaming Robbie for this because I know he just brought it to my attention. Tom Pool Atlanta attack? Haven't heard of that. I don't know what that's about. I know you just brought it to my attention, Robbie, but seems some people were upset because I made a statement about marital rape not being a real thing. It's not really a thing. And I'm going to clarify that. I'm not going to backtrack at all. I'm going to stick to what I said. It's not a real thing. But I'm going to explain what I mean for the people who don't understand. Plus, it was on the stream. The stream got taken down because I was playing the fights. So I'm going to just reiterate my position, make sure nobody's confused about it. But first, before we talk about the MR stuff, I don't even know if I'm supposed to say that word on YouTube. Probably not, but whatever. Let's open these up. Let's look at these. Let's look at this stuff. So first, women in the vote. This is a big hot button issue. This kind of gets a lot of women irked when, conservative gentlemen say that women should not be voting and never should have been voting. Now, I'm going to preface this the same way I did in debate. In current day, in the modern era, since our system is the way it is, women need to vote. Otherwise, we would lose. If all the conservative, quote unquote, women, which I'm always going to stand by, there's no such thing as a real conservative woman, because a conservative woman would know that she shouldn't be involved in politics. She should be taking care of the children and leave that to the man. So by definition, there would be no conservative women. But the so-called conservative women, we need them to vote red in order to win. If none of them voted, then we wouldn't win. But a lot of women are like, "Oh, you don't think women should vote? You're some sort of misogynist, woman hater. You hate women, blah blah blah." Well, let's take a look historically how women felt about the right to vote when they were getting it. National Association opposed to women's suffrage. I do not believe that women are better than men. We have not wrecked railroads, nor corrupted legislator, nor done many unholy things that men have done. But then we must remember that we have not had the chance. What this person is saying, Jane Addams, what she's saying is that women haven't done all the screwed up things in politics because they haven't had the chance. If they got the chance, they would screw it up just as much or worse than the men have. So This was the National Association opposed to women's suffrage. Women's suffrage, the women's suffragist movement was a group of a splinter cell, basically, of a group of women. It's the same thing that happened in the civil rights movement. They had the NAACP. They had a group of black people set up to do this socially disruptive activities to make a point to push it through. It's the same thing that the LGBTQ is now currently doing, to normalize these ideas that are not conservative, and they're not what our country was founded off of. And it's progressivism. And we shouldn't just roll along with it and go along with it and say, oh, the world's changing, we just go along with it. No, the women back then knew that they were not supposed to be voting. It was not their place. But this suffragist movement comes along, and they convince a bunch of male politicians to give women the right to vote. So why were there more women opposed to getting the vote than women who wanted the vote? Opposing votes for women may seem surprising today, but anti-suffrage views dominated among men and women through the early 20th century. Suffragists had national organizations since 1869, but anti-suffragists did not found their own group until 1911. So the anti-suffragist movement was just normal women. First, the suffragist movement started, and then the anti-suffragist movement came along later and said, we have to react to this because this is actually building steam, and it's gaining momentum in this movement. We got to do something to stop it. Originally, they didn't have an anti-suffragist movement because there was no suffrage movement. They didn't need it. They just thought it was common sense that the man votes for the whole family. Okay? And women understood this. There was one vote for the household, and the man made the vote. So in the 1860s, opponents of women's suffrage began to organize locally. Massachusetts was home to leading suffrage advocates, and it was also one of the first states with an organized anti-suffrage group. In the 1880s, anti-suffrage activists joined together and eventually became known as the Massachusetts Association, opposed to the further extension of suffrage to women. In 1911, Josephine Dodge, who also led a movement to establish daycare centers to help working mothers, founded National Association opposed to women's suffrage. So this is a woman who established daycares to help working mothers. So she was taking care of kids. She was working. She was doing her thing, and her thing was taking care of kids, which sounds pretty good to me. And she was opposed to women's suffragists. They distributed publications and organized events and state campaigns. Just like men and women supported votes for women, men and women organized against suffrage as well. Anti-suffragists argued that most women did not want the vote because they took care of the home and the children, and said women did not have time to vote or stay updated on politics. Some argued women lacked the expertise or mental capacity to offer useful opinion about political issues. I mean, that's a good argument. Some others asserted that women's votes would simply double the electorate. Voting would cost more without adding any value. This came up in my little debate with Freddie, and I never responded to it because I got sidetracked and I got distracted. But basically, he said something like, if you took the right to vote from women, you would lose half of the votes. Okay, but this is the same as inflation. It doesn't matter. If you have 50 men who vote a certain way and you add 50 women, now you have 100. It's still the same. Your majority and your minority is still going to say the same, assuming that the women vote along with their husbands. Now, the thing is, the Democrats knew that the women would not vote with their husbands because women are more naturally left-leaning. They're more liberal. They're more nurturing. Democracy and socialism and communism, it's all actually selfish and demonic, but it's disguised as nurturing and motherly and compassionate and caring, right? So it is the more feminine side of the political spectrum. Women tend to lean left. And Democrats knew this. That's why they wanted to push the vote out there to the women, even though the women should be voting as their husbands vote. And a lot of women will say, I'm just a second vote for my husband. That's not true, because you don't know what they're doing in the booth when they go to vote. They might tell their husband, yeah, I'm going to vote for Trump because you're voting for Trump. And then they go in the booth and they say, well, I like Hillary because she's a woman and we need to get a first woman president. So they vote for Hillary or something like that. They vote for Bill Clinton because he's handsome. They vote for whoever for different reasons. And their husband's never going to know any better. They just say, yep, I voted for who you told me to vote for. So that's a problem. But yes, that was the electorate thing being cut in half or doubling. it makes no difference. Doubling the electorate is the same as if it stayed at 0 if everything was equal, but it's not. Women are more liberal, so that's when we started seeing the country start slipping up. And then it got worse in the 40s when the real Marxism came in. It's not going to let me read this. So then I just had an article from New York Times. It's not going to let me read. Just basically about Kamala Harris makes history as the first woman of color to become vice president, and how they blow up this. You know how they do it. The first woman of color, the first black woman, the first LGBTQ woman, blah 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 in politics, and it's a mess. Like, here we go. 7 female firsts in politics. Let's look through these and see how they worked out. The first presidential candidate, 50 years before women throughout the United States achieved the right to vote, Victoria Woodhull, stockbroker, newspaper publisher, and champion of social reform, declared her candidacy for president despite the fact that she had a reputation as an eccentric. So the first woman candidate for president was an eccentric lady, probably a communist, fought for social reform, definitely probably a communist. Outspoken supporter of female suffrage, earned her national attention in the 1872 presidential nomination of the short-lived Equal Rights Party. So she's a commie. So our first woman candidate is a commie. She did not, however, receive any electoral votes. Nice. Ulysses S. Grant won. Okay. First female member of Congress, Jeanette Rankin, helped gain women in her native Montana the right to vote in 1914, well before the 19th Amendment. Her efforts were rewarded 2 years later when Montanans elected her to the U.S. House of Representatives. Although Rankin's tenure was brief, she served only 2 terms. Her congressional legacy isn't defined solely by her role as a pioneer for women. A lifelong pacifist, she also holds the distinction of being the only member of Congress to have voted against U.S. involvement in both World War I and World War II. We got the first U.S. Senator, Rebecca Felton, largely symbolic gesture in honor of the 87-year-old's commitment to women's rights. Sounds about right. So she got put in there because she was a woman for women's rights. Yet another woman who replaced her husband in office was Nellie Taylor Ross, who was elected governor of Wyoming in November, mere weeks after William Ross Sutton's death. So her husband died, so she took the space. That makes sense. His sudden death. I wonder what happened. Maybe she vaccinated him. Although the circumstances were unexpected, the setting was appropriate. She damn killed her husband and took his seat. That's what I'm thinking. Allegedly. I disavow. First cabinet member. Several female firsts occurred when Franklin D. Roosevelt took the Oval Office. Was he the communist? I always forget. Yeah, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Yeah. Nellie Taylor, Ruth Bryan Owens, named Minister of Denmark, the first female chief of a diplomatic mission. Frances Perkins became Roosevelt's Secretary of Labor before serving in the White House. Perkins, yeah, so they all seem like communists to me. That's the idea I'm getting. In honor of Women's Month, shout out Bessie Ross for that beautiful flag. That's right. That's right. First woman with nuts, Big Mike. Sewing, right. We don't have no president of sewing and cooking or something. But yeah, so a lot of communism going on there. So, and then we have like books like The Handmaid's Tale, which I've heard conservative women say, "Have you ever read The Handmaid's Tale?" My friend said it's real good. I'm talking about my mom right now. I'm not gonna say her name or anything, but she's like, "Have you ever read The Handmaid's Tale?" My friend said I should read it. It's really good. I said, "Don't read that commie crap. That's commie feminist garbage. That's brain rot. That's mind rot." The Handmaid's Tale, and these are the women you see in red at the protests. In my opening clip, my opening art piece, I had them, and we saw them in Israel at the protests. They're always at all the protests, wearing their veils and their things. The Handmaid's Tale. The Handmaid's Tale is a futuristic dystopian novel by Canadian author Margaret Atwood. She's a commie, and published in 1985. It is set in near future England in a patriarchal totalitarian theonomic state known as the Republic of Gilead, which has overthrown the United States government. Offred is the central character and narrator and one of the handmaids women who are forcibly assigned to produce children for the commanders who are the ruling class in Gilead. Sounds based. The novel explores themes of subjugated women in a patriarchal society, loss of female agency and individuality, suppression of women's reproductive rights, and the various means by which women resist and try to gain individuality and independence. The title echoes the component parts of Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales, which is a series of connected stories such as The Merchant's Tale and The Parson's Tale. It also alludes to the tradition of fairy tales where the central character tells the story. The Handmaid's Tale won the 1985 Governor General's Award, Clark Award, Nebula Award, Booker Prize, Prometheus Award, Jubilee Reed, Commonwealth, Platinum Jubilee of Elizabeth II. Book was adapted into a film, opera, television series, and other media, and the book has broadened the minds of countless women across the world, basically. So this is what you want to read if you want to be a communist woman. You know, if you want to be the strong-willed, independent, free-thinking women. But now we're going to get to stuff that you don't want to read. The stuff where the preachers in the pulpits in the modern-day church are not going to want to read to you because it's misogynist. And the preachers in a lot of the pulpits nowadays, growing more and more every day, are women. So they're not going to tell you these verses. We're going to start off with Ephesians 5:22 through 24. Open your Bibles. In the King James Version of the Bible, let's read what we have here. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands as unto the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, and he is the Savior of the body. Therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything. Husbands, love your wives, even as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for it, that he might sanctify and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word, that he might present it to himself a glorious church, not having spot or wrinkle or any such thing, but that it should be holy and without blemish. So ought men to love their wives as their own bodies. He that loveth his wife loveth himself. For no man ever yet hated his own flesh, but nourisheth and cherisheth it, even as the Lord in the church. For we are members of this body, of his flesh and of his bones. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall be joined unto his wife, and they two shall be one flesh. This is a great mystery, but I speak concerning Christ and the church. Nevertheless, let every one of you in particular so love his wife even as himself, and the wife see that she reverence her husband. Now, marital rape. Why is this a stupid term that only a non-Christian would use? That's why. We have to agree, first off, if I'm going to get people to understand where I'm coming from with this, first off, we have to agree that that marriage is a religious institution. It is not a government institution. It is not a state or federal institution. If the type of marriage you're talking about is a legal marriage, it's the same as a gay wedding or a lesbian wedding, or people just getting married for common law or whatever, for better tax write-offs or financial benefits to being married. If you're just talking about legal marriages, then yes, marital rape is a real thing. Okay, if that's what we're talking about, we're just talking about legal marriages. We're talking about any degenerate who wants to get married. Yes, marital rape is a real thing in those cases. Gay marriages, lesbian marriages. I'm sure there's a lot of marital rape that goes on in those degenerate state paper marriages only under Satan. But I don't believe that's real marriage. Therefore, I don't believe that marital rape is a real thing because it only happens in fake marriages. If two people are married under the umbrella of God, and the man loves his wife as he loves himself, as he loves God, as Christ loved the church, and the man cares for his wife and he wants to show her without spot or blemish, and the wife reveres her husband, and they marry and they become of one flesh, and they make a vow to take care of each other when they're on that stand in front of God, in the eyes of God, in the eyes of the world, and they say, I'm here to serve you, and you're here to serve me. Or, well, the wife says, I'm here to serve you. The husband says, I'm here to lead you and guide you in the ways of God. That's the order of God. I follow Christ. Christ connects me to God. The woman follows me. That's how she gets to Christ. That's how she gets to God. God over Christ, over man, over woman, over children. That's the only way it works. That is a hierarchy, and it hurts women's feelings, but too bad. Too bad. That's about it. So, in a marriage, under the umbrella of God, a true marriage, of two people who love God and true people who are Christian and are seeking and are trying to make their lives better together and all these things. This word, this marital rape, isn't even a thing. It's not even a thought. It's not even a thought in your head. So if I ask my wife, I have a need. I have a sexual need, right? Or I want to make a baby. Oh, we just had one baby. It's time to make another baby. Let's get to work. And the wife says, I can't. I am tired. I am tired. French, sexual revolution. French. I am tired. She says, I am tired. And she falls asleep and he catches her with the sleeper. Guess what? That's not rape. That's not marital rape. Sorry. She signed up with it when she got married. She submits to him. And, maybe she's going to be a little annoyed, but I don't think any true Christian woman, and I've already heard other Christian women talk about this, and they're like, yeah, there's sometimes I don't want to do it, but he's my husband, and if he wants to, I want to. And generally, it's going to be the other way around. It's going to be the man is going to run out of libido quicker, and because usually the man's doing all the work anyway in the marital bed. So the man's going to be like, I'm too tired. I've been working my ass off all week. I just want to chill, watch the fight, and have some brews. And you're trying to get your lovey-dovey on. I'm not in the mood right now. And now if the woman decides to jump on it, I'm not going to call that, if my wife takes advantage of me while I'm asleep, I would never call that marital rape. And I think anybody who says that or thinks that, you got the whole perspective of marriage and the marriage bed. The marital bed is never defiled. Okay. You got the whole perception wrong. That question is a gotcha question. It's set up for atheists and non-believers because in their world, degeneracy is normal. So they think marital rape is a normal thing. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. It doesn't happen with Christians who are married in the eyes of God. It doesn't. It doesn't. Maybe if one of them's crazy and and they're not really married under the eyes of God. They're both lying to themselves and to God. And, but if their hearts are in the right place, then no, that's just not even something that would come into a married couple's mind, that would be something that happens or that does happen when people. Yeah, it's a bunch of mess. It's a gotcha. It's a shocker question like, oh, marital rape is bad. Ooh, it's bad. It's like racism or I think it's funny actually. I wouldn't even consider that a reality in my world. But let's continue on. As far as the suffragists and the voting stuff goes, I think I cleared that up enough. I've made my point. And I've made it well. I do what I do when I do it well. I'm a OG. Can't you spell? Okay. I asked it. I'll accept not for here. Does the Bible recognize divorce? Does this apply to ex-wives? The Bible does recognize divorce. It's only for infidelity and death. The only reasons you should be getting divorced is for infidelity or death. Now, I will say this. Again, if you got married to somebody and it wasn't under the umbrella of God, if you got married to somebody, for whatever reason, and you have a marriage license, it's a real marriage, like you're actually married. So yeah, our marriage is not valid to God's eyes. Probably not, probably not. I'll be honest. But that doesn't mean we couldn't renew our vows and do it the right way. But yeah, if you just have a legal, marriage license wedding, you never got married under the umbrella of God. So you can go ahead and get divorced. If you if you were in a fallen state, you got married in a fallen state, and you realized it was a mistake, and you get a divorce, you know, God never blessed that wedding in the first place, so he don't care if you get divorced. But as far as if you're truly married in the eyes of God, you know, the only reason you should be getting divorced is for adultery and death. If one of the spouses dies, death. And even then, I think the woman should, if she has kids, she should probably wait till her kids are old enough to not really need at least like 16, 17, 18, maybe out of the house. Maybe when the kids are out of the house, just because you don't want to oppose another man on the child. But either it just seemed Josh was speaking. I'm just speaking about marriage in general. If it's bad, no, my point was that it's not a real thing. Married for convenience. I don't know. We're not gonna go too much into that, into my personal life. That's none of y'all's business. But I will say we did get married, and I don't think it was under the eyes of God. But we are married now, and I don't know. I told my husband he's stuck with me for the long run. I ain't going nowhere. Yeah. I mean, I don't have a problem with like renewing our vows and kind of like getting remarried, real married, official married. Um, you know, if she came and visited and we hung out and we, you know, worked on it and stuff, I would not be opposed to that. But yeah, our marriage was definitely. Anyway, this is personal. I'm not talking about personal experiences. I'm just talking about basic. I don't know who Frozen is. Frozen is real none of your business in the chat. Some people call him Frozen. Some people call him real none of your business. But yeah, that's not Freddy. But let's move on to one more as far as the suffragist stuff, the politics, the things like that. Let's go to is it First Timothy? Did I lose my bookmark? Where'd my bookmark go? Oh, I took my bookmark out. All right, it's First Timothy 2. First Timothy 2. I'm gonna do 7 through 15. All right. Whereunto I am ordained a preacher and an apostle. I speak the truth in Christ and lie not, a teacher of the Gentiles in faith and verity. I will therefore that men pray everywhere, lifting up holy hands without wrath and doubting. In like manner also that women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with braided hair or gold or pearls or costly array, but which becometh woman professing godliness with good works. Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over a man, but to be in silence. For Adam was first formed than Eve, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety. So he said women should be silent. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. He's talking about in churches. The woman's not supposed to be teaching. The woman's not supposed to be leading men. The woman doesn't lead the man leads the woman. When the woman tries to lead the man and the man follows the woman, he suffers. That's in Genesis. When the man listens to the woman, he will suffer. That's flipping the order of God, which is what Satan wants to do. And I understand men are weak nowadays too. I'm a weak man. We got a lot of weak men. And so it's tough for women to want to follow if the man's not showing that he's not a weak man and that he's an upright man and he's seeking God and trying to be righteous. You know, if the woman doesn't see that, she's not going to believe it. She's not going to follow him. But in a church, in politics, in government, women aren't supposed to be leading men. I don't even know about schools. Maybe well, if the woman is homeschooling the child, then she's teaching the child. and that's the order of God, right? But it's women aren't supposed to be teaching men. So if a woman wants to teach a child, that's great. You know, she's raising the child, she's nurturing the child, she's caring for the child. That's fine. I don't think public schools should have some crazy liberal woman teaching all the children. I don't think that's good. But if a good Christian mother wants to teach her children, then that's great. That's perfect. But when the boy becomes a man, it's time to stop teaching, mama. It's time to stop teaching and take a step back. And you're not supposed to be leading politics. You're not supposed to be leading churches. It's just not the order. It's not the order. And you can cry about equality and dislike it all you want. And I'm not talking directly to any women in the chat. Most of these women are pretty chill. But I'm just talking to any women who come along this stream someday, say, oh, this guy's talking about Women's History Month. Great. You know, there's no such thing as equality. Nobody's equal. Nobody's equal to anybody else. Definitely not all women are equal to all men. That's just stupid. Women are not equal to men. Men are not equal to men. I'm not equal to Robbie. I'm not equal to Real None of Your Business. I'm not equal to Dean. I'm not equal. None of us are equal. Floor's not equal to C-Sal. Floor's not equal. None of y'all ladies are equal to each other. None of us guys are equal to each other. And sure as hell, none of the ladies are equal to the guys. So this whole equality thing is just, it's a Marxist dream that they've sewn into people's heads. And it's an ability to make victimhood classes. So they started with women. That's the OG of the victimhood classes, the women. Crying about the patriarchy and, whoa, men are in charge, we don't like it. Then it came races. Then it came sexualities, the next victimhood class. Now it's ableism, and if you're physically handicapped or mentally handicapped, well, now you're a victimhood class too. And we just have the oppressionhood Olympics and all of these victimhood classes, and it's a bunch of mess. That's right, I'm the best out of all of you. Real None of Your Business said I'm greater. RB said I'm greater too. Everybody in chat saying they're better than everybody. What the? Dang. See, none of us are equal. But yeah, that's about all I got. I'm sorry for roasting the women tonight, roasting feminism and the wokeism. And now even the feminists, I feel sorry for the feminists because now you got men dressing like women coming in and taking your space. Well, you know what? Ooh, I just had a little bit of a brain melt. I kind of got to respect it, right? No, I can't say that. I was going to say I almost got to respect it that men are taking their place back as leadership roles when a transformer gets to win Miss Universe, when a transformer buys the Miss Universe pageant, and then when a transformer wins multiple countries, Miss whatever, I've talked about them before. When a transformer conquers the women in swimming, weightlifting, MMA, you know, it's kind of like you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, because now the men are coming back. Now the men are coming back to their rightful place. Unfortunately, they got to dress like women to do it. So the only way men can come back into our proper role in the order of God in a good Christian nation is if all the men dress like women from now on. So that's kind of sad. We learned a new word. Nascent means beginning to develop first. Sorry for the shit on women episode, guys. Next week we'll show what a great woman. We'll try to find a great woman in history. I'm not gonna do Betsy Ross because I actually heard she was a commie in that song, or maybe it wasn't. Who wrote the? No, that was Susan B. Anthony. No, who wrote the national anthem? I haven't looked into this, so I'm not really gonna speak much on it. But I heard like the woman who wrote the national anthem, that it was originally like a communist song and they had to change some words in it, and that God wasn't anywhere in it. So, or the Pledge of Allegiance. Maybe I'm thinking of the Pledge of Allegiance. Didn't originally have God in it, and they added God to it, and now they're trying to take God out of it, which is kind of interesting. But But yeah, next week we'll talk about the Proverbs 31 woman. We'll talk about, you know, there's not all women. It's not like all women are. Well, I won't say that because I think everyone's inherently evil. We're born into a fallen world. Our parents in the world impose evil onto us at a very early age, maybe before even 6 months old, maybe even while in the womb. Evil is imposed onto us by the world and by our parents, even if they do the best they can. Simple mistakes, simple problems can lead to big effects in a child's life. And so I'm as a Christian, I believe that, we all have to repent. We all have to be born again of the Spirit because we are all born of the flesh, and none of us are good. Only God is good. So, but I will talk about some decent women, some examples of some decent women, some biblical women, some good Proverbs 31 women. Next week will be much nicer to the ladies. Okay, is that fair, guys? This week we were a little rough. It's the first week of Women's History Month. We're a little rough on them. Next week will be nicer. Not all, but most. What about you, Ad, about how unique it is to be able to grow and give life for 9 months? Seems like that's long forgotten with womanhood. Yeah, I agree, but I mean, I think that's kind of obvious, but that's also, that's a punishment, right? It's like not a, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of like oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. They can grow and they can grow life inside of their stomach and give birth. It's not beautiful. Have you ever watched a woman give birth? It's horrible. It's like nightmare fuel. I would like throw up. That's horrible. That's a punishment. No, I'm just kidding. It is beautiful that women can make. It's beautiful when a husband and a wife love God above all else, and then God adds children into their life. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. And yeah. Painful childbirth is a punishment. Being able to give birth is a miracle. Well, they're both miracles. Just the fact that we have pain is a miracle. Just the fact, yeah, everything's a miracle. You're right. I guess you win. It's beautiful. It's beautiful it's beautiful, the idea, but watching it happen, no. You're not going to convince me that that's beautiful. Have you ever seen? No. It's not beautiful. It looks like a dang old horror movie. It looks like Chucky's crawling out of the dang thing about to slash you up. Connected with a dang cord. Got to cut the cord. All that placenta. It's only 9:30. Dang, I usually go for a whole nother hour. What can I soak the time up with? What were you saying? Real none of your business? In Atlanta is in another shooting. What did you call it? Atlanta what? Teens killed in mass shooting at Douglasville house party identified 7 hours ago. I did not talk about this. It's off topic. Breaking news. Breaking news from 7 hours ago. Let's check this out. Just because it's 9:30, I want to at least go to 10. We gotta fill up a little. Thank God for C-sections. Let's work on that anchor, baby. All right. First step is you gotta stop arguing with me. First step, Flores. Every time I say something, I need to see you making chats say, he's right. He's right. He's 100% correct. Josh is a genius, 100% correct all the time. I need to see stuff like that in chat, Floor. I can't be seeing these disagreements. Amos 3:10 says it. How if we do not agree, how can we walk together? So, and I understand the disagreements. I understand the disagreements because you're a woman. You're not supposed to be doing this logic stuff for yourself. You're just supposed to listen to me. I'll take care of it. Francis Scott Key, he was a journalist. Tim Pool covered Atlanta Cop City attack. I posted in Discord. That's how you win with him, Floor. Yes. We're not doing the happy wife, happy life. We're doing the what's the other one? I heard somebody say happy spouse, happy house. Nah, that's whack. We're gonna do happy husband. I gotta work on this one. I gotta work on this one longer. I can't think of anything off the top that rhymes. Happy husband, happy loving. Something like that. Let's go. All right. So this is not the shooting. Welcome. I posted Tim Pool, who covered daily. But that's the Cop City story. Is that stuff still going on? There was a shooting in Atlanta, a Douglasville house party shooting. Let's watch this. I guess this isn't what you were talking about, but it is some breaking news. Teens killed in mass shooting at a Douglasville house party. Well, I'm sure the guy will get let out on house arrest in 3 years. He'll sit in county, taking up taxpayer dollars for 3 years. Then he'll get put on house arrest, and then he'll run away and never show up for court. Likely series of events. Happy man, happy clan. I don't know. That could be construed as racist, everyone. I don't know if that's going to get popular attention. Happy husband, you get to eat and get bills paid. You are a genius and you are right. That's right. That's what I want to see. Need to see some more of that before we make an anchor baby. We don't have to make an anchor baby Floor. We're already married and I'm already a citizen. It's not even necessary. Like they say, if you make your husband happy, you'll have a happy life. Okay. Cops are hit with Molotovs. Dang, that's still going on. I thought that was over. Let's read about this and then I'll pull that up in the Discord. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I just hate how when I do Discord and I click the links, it sends me to Safari instead of. I don't know how to fix that. It sends me to Safari instead of Chrome. Douglas County, Georgia, 2 teenagers murdered at a Sweet 16 birthday party in Douglas County were identified by the county sheriff during a press conference Monday afternoon. Officials have called it a mass shooting. Well, yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter what officials call it. We have measurements for these things. I think it's like 2.4 people hit. More than 2.4 people hit is a mass shooting, I believe. It changes all the time. They're always changing it. Samuel Moon, 15, and Ajaniah Hill, 14, were shot and killed Saturday night when a gunman opened fire on attendees, that said. The sheriff said Moon was a sophomore studying at Lithia Springs High School. Hill was a freshman at Douglas County High School. Do we have a picture of the suspect? At first, it was reported that just 6 other teens were injured during the shooting. In Monday's press conference, officials said they believe another person was shot, bringing the total hit to 9. Dozens of other kids were found frantic in the street when deputies arrived at the scene that night. Even more ran away. The sheriff released dash cam footage showing the kids were asked to lay down on the ground. Seemed like it was a hip hop type party. So, but there's no mention of the shooter's race in it. Because if a white shooter killed 2 black people at a house party, it would be national news that there was a white supremacist racist on the loose. But this is not showing anything about the suspect, which generally we know what that means. Let's see if I can see if there's any more. Police named the victims. Where's the suspect? Nothing is saying anything about the suspect, which is very odd. Well, it's not odd when there's a mass shooting. It's only odd when the mass shooter is not white. Or wait, it's only odd to not see the race. What am I trying to say? It's only odd to not see the race when the shooter's white. If the shooter was white, we would know his race. If we didn't see his race and he was white, that would be odd. And I don't really care about the race of the shooter. I just find it interesting how the narrative flips depending on what color, which is all done on purpose. It's all done on purpose to make the evil white man look like the evil, the blue-eyed, blonde-haired devil. We got to hate on the white man to take his country away from him. But yeah, I don't really think the race matters. I just don't like the double standards of the media. They'll paint it one way if it's one race and another way if it's another race, but then they'll call me racist when I point that out, which is ridiculous. Let's play that. Let's see what this is. Now, is this just a clip from Timcast, or is this his whole show? It's a clip. What part of the clip is far less extremist torch future cop training center in Atlanta? Direct action was announced on Twitter. This is March 5th. Wow. So they're getting more aggressive. Now, you'd think they would have learned, because the first time they started getting kind of hype with the police, somebody got shot and killed. Now they're literally taking terrorist actions. This is a terrorist attack, by the way. Far left, they won't call them Antifa, far left extremists, but I'm sure Antifa's involved because I saw the black bloc at the protest that they did. So they won't call them Antifa in the news. And they are committing a terrorist act. That is a politically motivated, violent attack, which is terrorism. So just throwing that out there.
Future Cop Training Center in Atlanta. Direct action was announced on Twitter. The videos are absolutely insane. Cops having explosives thrown at them, Molotov cocktails being launched, hordes of far-left domestic terrorists storming onto this property and just burning as much as they can. This goes beyond anything I've ever seen. And it may be the most shocking story I've seen in relation to far-left extremism in this country. And I've been...
Wait. You never saw BLM riots, Tim? What do you mean?
At least for the past 11 or so years, following this news on the ground at Occupy Wall Street, on the ground at various political confrontations between the left and the right. I've never seen it this bad.
Me and Floor walked around at an Occupy Wall Street protest in San Diego. That was crazy. Everybody's just outside, all these homeless people just hanging out in the middle of the city, protesting, and we just walked through. I think we got some free snacks, some free drinkies and snackies. That's when we were trying to get a Greyhound ticket from San Diego to Utah because we got abandoned in San Diego by our sales crew. They've locked 30 of them up. This is Georgia, not Oregon. Yeah, they ain't gonna play. They ain't gonna play. They ain't gonna play around. Why do you think they're building a cop city? They don't play. 30 of them have been locked up already.
To the next level. What we saw in Atlanta, for those that
I'm
aren't
inside your house.
These far-left extremists have been setting up a kind of occupation.
I do have a girlfriend. She likes me. Nice.
They have been shooting
We should do a wife group.
They
Oh,
shot a
no.
cop.
Oh, no.
And then the cops shot
Stubborn
back,
one's going to get mad at me.
killing one of these extremists. We are not talking about protests. We are not.
I thought my Xbox was going to be stolen at any time. Yeah, because it was in that tote, huh? We had to drag that big old tote around. So we went over there, and then we were hanging out with all the Occupy people. I didn't even know what it was about. That was before I knew anything about politics. I had no idea what was going on. But I was like, this is cool. I guess I was kind of degenerate back then, but I thought Occupy Wall Street was pretty cool.
Talking about protests. I want to make sure that's clear. Daily Mail says Antifa mob breaks into construction site for new cop city site in Atlanta and torches vehicles.
Also, somebody asked me the other night what the funnest thing me and Floor did together was, and I couldn't think of anything off the top of my head. But then I remembered our Vegas trip was pretty fun. It was some craziness, but it was also pretty fun. We went to Vegas for like 2 nights. That was a wild time. That was a good time. I liked it.
Those Molotov cocktails at cops. Is everybody scared to call this what it is?
Terrorism?
We already have domestic terror charges. At what point does this escalate to the next level?
I mean, it's already considered terrorism. And what's interesting is that they're pushing this stochastic terrorism now. So just saying things and then people acting off of what, like if I say something and somebody goes out and does something and then writes a manifesto that says, I've been listening to Urban Adventures, the Dreaded Conservative is great. Well, now I get a stochastic terrorism charge. I'm a terrorist. Like, that's what they're trying to do right now. But yet when Antifa Molotovs a police station, this isn't labeled terrorism yet?
I really hope it doesn't. Y'all know where I'm going with it. I was reading the news today about this, and there's another story about the Vietnam War and an iconic photo of a man being executed in the street. And new context is being added to that photo. The photo, which I will show in a bit, I want to ease everybody into this. This is brutal stuff.
Exactly, stubborn
Many
one.
people show this photo.
Exactly. I can't even talk. I can't even tell those stories. All I gotta say is,
or whoever,
we went to Vegas one
killing
time.
Civilians. As it turns out, they're claiming now it's actually an anti-communist killing a communist murderer. I don't know. Whatever, man. Believe whatever you want. I can only tell you that war is hell. And I've not actually ever been in war. I've only been in the precursor to civil war. I have been in places of civil unrest. I was in Kiev when the protests erupted that ultimately led to where we are now. The separatist movement followed by the Russian invasion. And people being shot and killed, dragged, their bodies carried off the streets. Let me read for you what's going on in Atlanta. And then let's just... look, man, call it whatever you want to call it. Believe whatever you want to believe. This is the worst I have ever seen the far left extremism in this country. We can talk about the Weather Underground, shock and awe campaigns in the middle of the night. I believe there was one person, there were, I think a bank robbery resulted in some death. But this is getting crazy. And I think the difference between now and then is a small band of extremists who are organized is very different from a national movement and the total cultural bifurcation of this country. Here's a story from the Post-Millennial. The construction site of Atlanta's future public safety training facility, dubbed Cop City, has been attacked by Antifa-affiliated leftists.
I said they should. Why didn't they put Antifa in the headline? If it was Proud Boys or what are they called? Truth tellers or oath keepers or any of those groups, Patriot Front, Patriot Prayer, any of those groups, if it was them, it would be plastered all over the headline. Patriot Prayer commits act of white nationalist Christian terrorism, right?
One construction vehicle was...
But these are Antifa affiliated leftists. So they don't even blatantly call them Antifa. They're Antifa affiliated leftists. Shut up. Unicorn Riot is Antifa's.
Antifa Mastodon news account posted forest defenders have taken over the police surveillance outpost on the power line clearing near Entrenchment Creek. Police retreated after crowd arrived.
Later, Robbie. Good night. Show's ending in 10 minutes. So
into the area.
One of those arrested
shot
is
fireworks. More like lobbed
Southern Poverty
mortars
Law
and Molotov cocktails.
One of those arrested is SPLC.
Don't you want to rally everybody?
I don't know what that means. They
about
work for the SPLC?
How
is that what you're saying?
Your tactics are? Don't you want to praise the diversity of tactics and say they are throwing mortars and Molotovs at cops? Reporter Billy Heath tweeted, construction site burns. Huge plumes of smoke and massive police response after
the bias is
ATL
incredible. Yep.
Stop Cop City.
The double standards, the hypocrisy, the bias, it's ridiculous.
Public safety training facility. I'm told Molotov cocktails were thrown.
You should ship floor back from Guatemala for a roommate.
This is on Key Road Southeast. Police are moving quickly to various areas across the expansive site. Take a look at this. We got a video
based on the chat.
So I think I don't want to blast the volume on this one. I don't know if actually can you hear this one? No, I'm not sure there's any sound. Yeah, it's pretty quiet, but you've got scenes of fires being started.
I ain't got no money. What you talking about, Dean? I ain't got no money.
From the Daily Mail.
I'm broker than a mug. What do I look like, a freaking bank?
Video. You've got cops walking up to the fence, to the gate.
Somebody from the SPLC was arrested. That's
far
funny.
left extremists.
Wow. And those are the people who are banning people on social media. These people who work for the SPLC and the ADL, but yet they run around and commit terrorist acts, and they don't even get called out.
Here come the cops. Right now, we're seeing this video. Police appear to be retreating into another portion of the property where there's a barbed wire chain link fence.
Is that a cop car?
Yeah. And at some point, you'll start to see the explosives being thrown, the police vehicle being pulled in. They're now closing the gate very quickly. More
That's
police
another
moving
cop
in,
car.
and it looks like
Is that
we
the
got
end?
some far left extremists.
Oh, here you go.
with
They got shields
and explosives. Yo. I'm not
Shoot
gonna
their
get
ass.
around. Oh, there it goes.
Shoot
Mortar
his
launch
ass.
right at the cop.
Okay. Well, it's
Mortar
just a
explodes.
firework.
Multiple mortars.
Yeah, mortars.
These are explosives, okay? And they'll.
Yeah, they're mortars. I mean, we used to play with them as kids, kind of like throw them at each other. It's all right, but a Molotov is another story now.
Try to downplay it by saying, "Oh, it's just fireworks. It's just fireworks." Fireworks are explosives. These are mortars. These are not.
Yes, I agree with what he's saying. You can't be throwing explosives at cops, but I am gonna say, I'm not justifying it. I'm not trying to justify. I'm just saying, all right, those cops' lives were not in danger yet, from what I've seen. But still, that's highly illegal and considered a terrorist act, so they should be prosecuted. But I'm not,
like little poppers, little. These are mortar shells that you put in tubes that launch into the air and make the giant blossom explosions.
Yeah, we used to blast them at each other.
I think the intention of using them is, honestly, I think they're trying to produce minimal damage but maximum fear. So it's more like a flashbang for Antifa.
Right.
You can see here the cops.
That's true.
In the video are barricading things up. Now, look at this. This is crazy stuff.
Now, this is a problem.
What looks like multiple
farm
fires.
Equipment.
Multiple vehicles have been completely torched. You've got hordes of people with shields. I mean, this is crazy stuff.
Yeah, there's fires burning everywhere. So if they're Molotoving and
or
look at the destruction.
Attack
so that
far left.
Yeah, that little video didn't make it look that bad, but then when you see the damage and you see multiple structures on fire,
swept the festival grounds
that's not good.
And forest where protesters had gathered for a week of action against the deforestation.
Gathered for a week of action, which means they were tripping on acid and dancing around and playing drums for a week straight.
And construction of Cop City. I could sympathize.
And then they decided to do a little political activism and throw some fireworks at the cops. They're really just like retarded LARPers, so it's hard to take them seriously. But when they're in numbers and they're so hateful and they're so degenerate, it causes a lot of destruction. But one-on-one, every one of these punks is done in a second if they come up against 90% of conservatives. All these punks, every one of them getting blasted, except her. She's a woman. If she touches me, she's going down. But otherwise, all these guys are done. And I don't even know how some of these people identify what their pronouns are. But they're going down. Like, it's not even funny. It's hard to take them seriously. But then when you see the destruction that they do,
centers, massive government
then
overreach,
it's
especially when we're talking about police
it's a problem.
that won't enforce the law. And that only enforce BS crap.
Unicorn Riot and Mastodon.
Let's talk about
and
this.
show much
How
more
about
stuff. Whereas,
you've got
where's Mick Garrett?
adult performers.
Isn't Unicorn Riot like an Antifa channel or group? That's like kind of how you can get, if you watch them, you can find out where they're at and stuff. Or am I wrong about that? Andy, no, yeah. Retard leopards lobby Molotovs. Retarded LARPers lobby Molotovs is a problem. Yeah, it is a problem. You're right. I agree.
Texas, of all places, putting on an adult performance.
They look like
I'm trying
superb
to be
pyrotechnics
for children.
Nah,
And
man,
parents
they
bring
look
those
like they bought
children
some
to these
fireworks.
performers.
They don't even know
Now,
how to.
Some people on the left would say, "Oh, it's just a dance show." Imagine if they had an all-ages burlesque. Okay, yeah, they're gonna say no to that.
Oh, it was a dance show.
All-ages strip club, all-ages go-go dancing, and the police outside say, "We will not do anything about it." Okay, well, look, man, if you're not gonna do anything about,
Is this about drag shows now? We talked about those earlier in the episode. But yeah, I can't believe that stuff's still going on. I thought that was over, but that's wild. That's wild. But it's about 10 o'clock. Let me find a song to play to roll us out. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We still going. We still going strong. We still going strong. Everybody hit the like button if you haven't yet. Make sure you're subscribed. You got the bell on all the good stuff. We are sponsored by viewers like you. So I appreciate it. I'm going to go watch Steven Crowder on Valuetainment with PBD. Should be a great interview. New slightly offensive episode. New footage vindicates January 6 prisoners and Antifa wages all-out war. Oh, it looks like Slightly Offensive covered that tonight. So I'll check that out. Let me see if I can find a... I never tried playing a Tom McDonald song on the stream. I wonder if that would get me hit with copyright. Maybe I'll try it next week. Yeah, I'm just gonna play Get Behind Me. Oldie but a goodie. Let's play this while everybody rolls out. Have a good night, everybody. It's been fun. We got through the show quick. I thought this was going to be a much longer show. Next Legend of Zelda game comes out in like May. That's the gaming schedule for you. Can't nobody sign me. And I know when Tifa's trying to find me. Tell them that I got that 4-5 thing talking Dante. Believe me. Hey. Everybody's scared to say the truth these days. Rappers get behind me. A bunch of phones scared to say you can get behind me. You can get behind me. All right, guys. Have a good night. God bless.